What's up, guys? Welcome to. Oh, speakers are still on. Who's always putting these speakers on? Echo will be gone in a minute, and I will be back. Welcome to night shift number 2 of our Banterthon. Sorry I'm late. Weird story. I'm not sure I should share it. Probably. Why not? Anyway, I was taking the subway. I was looking like my posh, arrogant self, wearing my tie already. And there was a guy who, it seemed like life had been a bit tough on him. Maybe, didn't smell so well, and he was attacking people in the subway wagon. Like, not physically, but he was coming very close to them, threatening them. So everybody in the wagon, except for the guy, decided to get out at the same stop. And then we kind of had to make sure the subway left with the guy still in the wagon. But chicken as we are, we didn't even dare to enter the next wagon next to him, because then, he could come after us at the next stop. Therefore, I had to take the next subway. Waited 20 minutes. The weird thing is, I don't know, I don't realize it. I haven't seen that much, but I entered the next subway wagon, and there's another guy sitting on the floor drinking his beer, half passed out, whom you couldn't see from entering. So, rough times in the Hamburg subway. Weird situation. I really didn't know what to do, but since everybody got out and left the guy there, I was okay with it. That was strange. So, it's gonna be an exciting night of Banter Blitz. Let's see how Mr. Banterthon is doing. Let's kick this off. Hang on. Oh, I'm watching myself. There's probably echoes and whatever all over the place. We'll get rid of those. What's going on? Back to business. Donato. Oh, the screen captures disappeared? Why are they gone? Don't worry though, I'm very proficient technically. So I should be able to add that stuff. Bit of on-the-air designing, isn't that everyone's favorite part of the show? Okay, let's keep it simple and just cut out this part. Not gonna be the most elaborate layout, but at least we have a board. Maybe I'll work on it. We got 8 hours to do this differently throughout the course of the night. What? No players' names? Then I have to. At least we wanna see when we're playing, right? I guess I'm gonna have to go with this view, even though I don't like it. Gotta tell you, I'm not a big fan of this view. Exciting behind the scenes look. Yeah, looks strange, doesn't it? Anyway, I lost half a minute doing this against the powerful Donato. And here we go. Someone thanking me for recommending Chess24 Premium. Glad to hear that. That's basically my job. Go Premium, boys and girls. You won't regret it. And my job is also to crush Donato in this Banter Blitz game. b6 is a mistake in this position. You should go c5, because after e4, bishop b7, bishop d3, the going gets tough. And then they say the tough get going. Well, this should be transposition. I didn't check if you guys can hear me, see me, all that stuff. I guess so. f5 gives me options. I guess I'll take. Not forced to take, of course. You could do other things. What does he want? Bishop a6? Is that the big idea behind all this stuff? I'm not buying it. No, I'm not tired right now, but I'm sure we're gonna get there. Only 7 hours, 45 minutes to go, so there is a fair chance. I was planning to get some sleep during my break. Wasn't able to do it. Said I caught up on basketball podcasts and all those important things in life, but I'm not sure how well that bodes for the rest of the night. For now, I'm feeling good. c5. Time to cash in, isn't it? See, sharp tactically, what could go wrong? Double check coming at ya. Queen g6, queen g7 doesn't lead anywhere yet, so I'll just go a3. See what he's planning to do about it. It's not a very pleasant situation our friend Donato finds himself in. I guess he's going to go for some queen g7, followed by d4 trickery, hoping to checkmate me on g2. But since I've already called him on it, I should find a way to stop that from happening. I guess this stops it. Pre-move. What issues with the video are we having? We good? Can you guys see me? That's all I really care about. I am wearing a tie. You're missing out. Okay, let's wrap this up. How do I wrap it up? G6. H6. Yeah, should do the job. Oh, Peter brought up the rating to 2748. So let's try not to screw it up. It should really be at 2800. Donato resigns because he's gonna get crushed after rook h6 here. And that means we can take on the next victim. Cobra Man, newcomer to this program. I really don't like the layout. I'm gonna have to fix it. Mr. Cobra Man, what do you feel about the Trompovsky? Think that's a good opening? Gotta do something over here. Goes e3, goes e6, which is perfectly reasonable setup. Not the most challenging, but perfectly fine. And I will take the game. Why does this look so messed up? Hang on, can I do this maybe? Sorry for all the confusion, but I think I'll get there in a second. Which one is wrong? This one's right. Very confusing stuff. I'll figure it out after this game. A lot of complaints that people don't get to play. We are playing someone for 72 hours non-stop. I can't tell you when it's your turn. I just choose randomly from a list of challenges. I'm happy that we do have a lot of challenges. I'm trying to be nice and give preference to people whom I have not yet played, like Mr. Cobra Man. So everybody should get their shot. That's why we're doing these things, to play against as many premium members as we can. But I can't tell you when it's gonna be your turn. Don't know. And in general, yeah, begging in the chat shouldn't help, because I'm assuming that everybody wants to play. Even though you really missed your chance to play a great chess player, because Peter's done, so you're stuck with me going for cheapos like this one. Knight a4, attacking the queen and the c5 pawn. Everything's good. Bishop f6 was good too. sweating. It's really too warm in here with all the lights. All of the lights. Bishop f4 was a bit of a random move. Queen d5 was probably much stronger. It's still almost a dream. Isolated queen's pawn position for white, but I should have cashed in. Bit more than that. The 2750 rating is not my achievement. I played terribly for all of last night and most of today's lunch shift. But I'm dedicated to rectify the situation. Cobra Man is hanging around. He's much worse, pawn down, and gonna be a hard struggle against the two bishops, but he's held himself very well so far, so kudos to him. But I'm gonna win this one. I should try saying but a little less. Let's play this just for funsies. It's actually a pretty bad move. Bishop d6 was probably winning on the spot. But what to do? Whom do I want to be my neighbor? That's a weird question. I don't like anybody. No neighbors for me. Not sure I understand the question though. Can I somehow win? I'd like to win this game already. Let's go home. Very unpleasant pin. I want to check my Skype, but I'm afraid if I fire it up, it's going to appear on screen. So, don't know what to do about it. Oh, I can do this. Here we are, rook b8. All right, time to cash in. Pre-move. He can't keep everything covered, I thought. Rook e6 is the best chance, so once again, kudos to our friend Mr. Cobraman. But the defense will be overloaded. Pre-move. Pre-move. And Cobraman resigns. Hung in there. But it was not meant to be. What we get. Who's new? Joe Cap. But let me take a second to do this layout properly. So here we got the board. What is this? Be right with you, Joe Cap. But we got a long way to go, so I should stop whining about the way things look and set them up correctly once. I understand. This should be done before the show. I told you my sad subway story. Didn't want to make you guys wait. Almost there. Mr. Banterthon. Now all we need is clocks. Okay, let me try to put this half symmetrically. No one with a better eye for design than me. So the Joe Cap doesn't get nervous. I'll make a little move already. Sorry for the delay, Mr. Joe Cap. Whose clock is this? That's mine. We don't need it that big. Oops. Panicking. I might lose on time while cutting out Joe Cap's clock. Let's see how much time. He says 4:56. Look at this giant clock. Go away, giant clock. All right, that's the way. I like it. So d4, knight f6, knight f3. Let's keep the symmetry. Sorry for all the waiting, Joe Cap. Bishop f4, c5. Everybody plays the London system these days, following the lead of a lot of top players. Grishuk, Kramnik, Carlsen, Kamsky. Bunch of guys have started putting the bishop on f4. I still don't think it's a big threat to Black's life because the c5, knight c6 stuff always looked fairly decent to me. c3, the main move is queen b6. You could certainly make a case for cd4 or bishop f5 for other moves in this position as well. But in this move order with knight f3, as far as I know, queen b6 is supposed to be perfectly viable. Queen b3, c4. Then there's some lines with queen c2, bishop f5. But it should be fine for black. b3, now that's weakening your queen side a little bit, so I'm not a big fan. I think queen b3 or maybe queen c1, if you don't want to go for this endgame with queen b3, is the way to do it, because b3, there could always be problems with the c3 pawn later in the game. Of course, you can do many things, especially with white, but it feels a bit weakening for no particular reason. Having said all that, I don't know what to do, and white is certainly fine. Queen c2, I guess he wants to go knight e5. So I'm gonna flick in cd4. My point is after ed4, which looks normal, then rook c8, then after knight e5 I have knight takes d4, exploiting the position of the queen on c2. What's going on? A3, he saw through my devious plan of either knight b4 or knight takes d4, so good job by Joe Cap. I'll get out of the way of potential knight e5s with tempo, and looks like he didn't see through all parts of my devious plan, because there was still this knight takes d4 idea. Asymmetry in the design. Sorry, I rushed it. What's wrong? Can make this bigger. Yeah, the clock is not perfectly placed. I have to admit. I don't know. We'll wait to explore more of my OCD later in the show. Nah, I don't have OCD. I'm incredibly messy. So not my cup of tea, really. I would like to see the whole clock, but I don't think I cut it all out. We're gonna stick with this for now. Well, we're crushing Mr. Joe Cap. What kind of name is Joe Cap? Jacob, I'm familiar with. Spanish dude, but Joe Cap, I've never heard. Is it a play of words on Jacob? Beautifully aligned clock. I guess that was tongue-in-cheek. I'll be very self-conscious about the size of the clocks the rest of the show, because we all know when it comes to clocks, size is what matters. Joe Cap is a clear pawn down, so not much to show for it. He's trying to stick around, but yeah, this knight takes d4 trick is one you always gotta keep an eye out for. I still gotta amp up the heat just a little bit. I might try to get a different version of my trick in again with knight a4. Could probably have done it instantly, but yeah, now it's too late, see? That's why, if you have a trick, go for it. Don't wait around. Chance might be gone. Now I'm half screwing up here. Okay, confuse things at least. Let's add some confusion to the proceedings. Proceedings? Proceedings. No, don't take that one. I was attacking your queen. And I was also attacking this guy, which might be better than taking the queen even. Although taking the queen would be what I would normally do. But this trick I did learn as a kid. We call it the smothered mate. I can pre-move queen g1, that's cool. Because after king f1, queen g1 is mate too. So Joe Cap doesn't wait for it. Because for those of you who haven't seen it, king h1, queen g1 is a well-known mating mechanism. Who's next? And yeah, we do have designers and all that good stuff. But the annoying thing with these live shows, at least the way I'm doing it, because I'm an idiot, is that you have to cut it out before every show, because I can't remember the location of things on the screen when restarting the program. So I don't want to wake up all the poor gifted design people every time I have to cut out stuff for a live show. Therefore, we have to live with my sense of aesthetics. Who do I play? Yair? Yay, number oneer? But the good thing is, we're gonna be able to work on it all night. d4 to open the score. Good old knight f6, e6. Back to the roots. I'll play the semi-Slav. An opening, that was my main opening for many years. I've added in some bishop e7 and dc4, the Vienna, which I did a video series about recently, but the semi-Slav has been my bread and butter, and I don't enjoy either bread or butter for a while. Yeah, this is one of the sharp alliances G3 stuff. Has come into fashion. It's more popular. What is this, 95? Can you do that? I guess you can. But once again, I'm simple-minded. I'm a pawn up. I don't mind exchanging things. I guess it's all theory, the way. Yair is blitzing this out. 95 I've never seen. Not sure. Guess there's some compensation, but I don't see why I should be all that scared. Maybe I'll find out later. For now, pawn up, queen's off the board. How bad can it be? Maybe I have to give my pawn back. That would be very sad. B5. Nah, I'll be greedy. Was a bit concerned about b3, yeah. But then I thought, you know what? Pawn is a pawn. Let's put up a fight. Yeah, I'm still not sold on this system he's playing. Now, without this pawn on e5, the knight doesn't have any entry squares. And I still do have my pawn. Bishop f3, fair enough. Not sure what that's about, but how bad can it be? Guess rooks belong to open files. Bishop e3. Looks like drifting. Can't I take this guy? I'll take it. Question is what to do next. I can't see an immediate follow-up, so I'll just play a neutral move, like king g7, getting out of potential knight f6 checks. And being a pawn up in my pawn structure is probably better now than his. I should be in pretty good shape here. Let's ask some questions. Trying to calculate, but not very successfully. Don't do that. Why am I so slow? Yeah, I've played this weirdly. I'm sure I had a forced win like rook d1 and bishop b2 or something, but I didn't want to allow his rook to enter, which really was not the main factor in the position. So I'm annoyed, but I'm still better, for I shouldn't be too annoyed. But that was really uncalled for. Anyway, time to see, when I get annoyed, I start blundering instantly. That's my weakness. 94 was in the air. Things are no longer as clear-cut as I would like them to be. I should still be better. I have the c-pawn running up the board. But this game, frankly, should have been over already. It's not. Okay, Forrest, your turn. No mates? Who knows? Feels a little matey out there. But that goes both ways. It was matey climate. Not the smoothest conversion, but point is point. Let's play... Let me scroll a bit. Let's play under... Oh no, I clicked on someone else, sorry. I didn't mean to click on you, but now I did. So I'll play Chess Story. Maybe Chess Story is not around. But since I clicked on him by accident, that would not bother me all that much. So I can keep designing. Yeah, looks like Chess Story is gone. Sorry, Chess Story. Who's next in line? What was the guy I was trying to click on? This guy, I think. Underread. I like the... What is this thing? Robot turtle? Or is it a teenage mutant ninja turtle wearing some very weird glasses? wearing a butterfly as glasses. And no, could be Donatello on like a night out wearing something different than his nunchucks. Does Donatello have nunchucks? Shouldn't spit out Ninja Turtle facts without pre-checking. We can find out. Donatello weapon. It's a bow staff. Bow staff? Okay, apologies to you Ninja Turtle heads out there. And apologies to Underree, who also does not seem to be around. Later, was trying to get some challenges from, I never know how the system works, from the bottom of the list, because I guess these guys have waited longer, but there's also a bigger chance then that they left already. It's all so complicated. What about Hervem, Feedemaster? This was a Pokemon, his profile pic. Then I'm less excited about it. I never liked Pokemon. Team Rocket is just too scary for me. They're always up to no good, aren't they? These Team Rocket guys. Can't trust them. Gonna try my hand again at whatever we call this system. Didn't have any luck with it so far, but it looks like a nice harmonious way to develop the pieces, so it really can't be bad. I just have no clue what to do next. Still, it feels like it should be a decent system. Problem is I always get crushed. Maybe B4 is no good. Maybe I should go back to this thing I did in the old days where I was actually studying systems I was employing, not just blitzing out moves. But who has the time? E4 so early? Can I target him? How to do this properly? Looks tempting to play h3, g4, go pawn hunting. Another idea in this type of position is to go knight to d5 or even knight b5, trying to stir up trouble. So many ideas. So, as usual, after considering a bunch of moves, I'll do something completely different. Yeah, h5, h3, this is the standard attacking setup for black, knight f8. After knight f8, I have a feeling it's a good moment to play knight d5. Because if he takes cd, then this knight is not that great on f8, should be on f6. And I can try to attack the b pawn, c pawn quickly. Still, not sure my position is great. It looks like he can cover everything. Kind of simply. Well, my king could come under a bit of attack. Knight h7, knight f6, and knight g5. Yeah, once again, I haven't played well. Worrying tendency in my game to not play well. So I'm gonna have to try to complicate things a little bit so that he doesn't just have to blitz out standard moves, which he learned as a kid, because that is something you don't want people to do. I'll try to move action a bit over here. Probably it's not great objectively for a bunch of reasons, but at least we are creating different battlefield. Whatever. I'm scared though. Very scared. Time to retreat all the way. Not the move you want to play, but I was getting worried about knight f3 check at h4. Many things, so I had the feeling I have to do this. Not the happiest of campers. Because I'm not even winning on the queen side. If you're being attacked like that on the king side, normally at least you want to be winning on the other side of the board. But not happening so far. Still, we've only just begun. And I've reached my goal of making this a bit of a non-standard position at least. Not a great position for me, granted, but it's less standard than it used to be. So it gives more room for mistake, unfortunately for both of us, because I have zero clue what I'm doing. But there was a plan. Mix it a bit. Where's Hervé M from France? Is that a horse as his profile pic? Are you a horse? That's very unlikely. I haven't read reports of horses becoming FIDE masters. At least not recently. The old days that happened a lot, but recently horses have been more into different sports, like I don't even know how the horse sports are called in English. H4, trying to soften my king side up a bit, which is fair. I still will fearlessly or recklessly remove the rook from f1. I think it's more reckless than fearless. I wanted to go queen c2, but then b5 was very unpleasant for whatever reason. Gotta keep an eye on the e3 pawn, so that knight f3 does not crush me instantly. Looks like Hervé, sorry if I mispronounced that, is a thinker. I always like to play against thinkers, because sometimes you can flag them when they're busy overthinking stuff. I don't have that problem. I have the problem of not making many good moves, but not the overthinking problem. Starting another very deep regrouping. So does he. Maneuvering at the highest of chess levels over here. Random moves, back and forth. But as I said, I'm doing my maneuvering more quickly. I'm sure Peter Svidler taught you different values than making random moves quickly, trying to win on time. But this is my show now. Can I go rook c1? You know what? Let's weaken our king a bit more. Really don't know why I did that. I was intending to go rook c1, but then knight f6 starting to bother me. So I'm gonna have to switch plans again. Maybe go here. Playing badly. Probably win on time, but it's not a very impressive chess display going on over here. So now that we've set the tone, let's throw a pawn away for no particular reason. That was my deep plan when I missed c6, covering pretty much everything. The a5 pawn, the knight, everything else. He didn't do that. Fortunately for me, my position is still not very desirable. But now f7 is hanging, so it was a little more mixed. And Hervé lost on time, which was a scenario I had envisioned most of the way. Still a good game by him, and I still haven't mastered at all how to play that system, as we can see by the growing sample size of me misplaying it. Time to deal with the Lord of Weasels. Not to be confused with the Lord of the Light. Lord of Lights? How do they call this Game of Thrones dude? Lord of Weasels. Is that a good title to have? Like, do other weasels look up to you and praise you? Or how do you become the Lord of Weasels? Are you a self-appointed Lord of Weasels? Or is that like a democratic election? I have many questions about that name. Certainly familiar with weaseling out of things, but normally you don't report to your lord when you do that. Anyway, Queen's Gambit. Oh no, semi-Slav. Let's go for action, but bishop e7 is less action-packed than h6 or d takes c4. This is just a Queen's Gambit declined, where black has already committed to c6, which should give white a tiny edge, because, yeah, sometimes you don't want to play c6, but you want to go b6, bishop b7, and c5 or c5 directly. But of course, there's nothing wrong with it. I'll do all my dumb waiting moves, which I like to do here. Don't want to touch this bishop in order not to allow dc4 with gain of tempo, so I throw in a3, rook d1, whatever random move I can think of, basically, before going bishop d3. I guess black should go b6, bishop b7. A lot of people do this rook e8, knight f8 maneuver. I guess they learned that from the similar structure where there is a CD, ED, or A play, where it makes a lot more sense, because this bishop gets free passage, but without that, it doesn't make that much sense. Now that he's played queen a5, I feel the time has come to develop this bishop, because the plans with b5 and whatnot lose a lot of sting, or I would hope so at least, with a queen on a5. Knight d5 makes sense, should take here. And the Lord of Weasels is thinking about knight takes c3, doesn't pull the trigger. Now it's my turn to think. Nah, too lazy. Actually, I might have nothing if it just takes on c3. bc3 is a pawn sacrifice, which I probably will play, but I'm not sure about its objective value. Well, queen c3, you just exchange queens, and that endgame doesn't look like it's offering me all that much. Here we go. I'm gonna give this pawn as promised, but just because it leads to more complications than queen c3, which is probably the objectively better move. And can't confuse a lot of weasels. He's used to putting his queen in danger and weaseling out from that spot, so he instantly grabs that pawn. My plan is to go e5 and then rook a1 and win the queen, but I have a feeling it might not happen. Didn't happen indeed, but now that he allowed e5, I'm starting to feel like I should have decent-ish compensation. Queen e4 might have been a bit naive, probably. Knight d2, intending to bring the knight to d6, was a little more in the spirit of the position. I'm going for cheapos with bishop d3, threatening queen h7, but it's really very unlikely that's gonna hit home. I'll still do it though, just because I'm not a very subtle chess player. Okay, rough plan is to go knight d2, get the knight to d6 somehow, then go f4, f5, and somehow checkmate. But I'm not quite sure all these things will happen in the time of this game. And the real rough plan is for these 2-0-0 to reach 0. I'll do some more exciting clockwork. a5, he wants to go bishop a6, which is a valid plan. Or maybe he just wants to queen the a pawn, which is also a valid plan. I should start worrying about all those things. Yep, a pawn queening operation it is. I'll try to stop this a pawn before it gets too far into my camp. My compensation might slowly be, it's still there positionally, but I better hurry up a bit before things get really ugly here. c5 now, and things might already be ugly. Very good game by the Lord of Weasels after, not the most precise opening, like nothing wrong with the way he played. But now if he goes c5 intending to take and go queen c2, I might be in some real trouble. He wants to go c5 now, which also makes a lot of sense. Still in trouble. Another ugly move, because bishop d5, I sort of self-pinned. Things aren't going very well. Gonna need all my resiliency. Resilience? which is pretty much non-existent to stay in this game. Starting with queen e2, covering c4 and a2. But yeah, I'm in trouble being comprehensively outplayed by the Weasel Master. As usual, I do have my plan B skills. But it's a bit sad that I'm getting crushed every game and then have to try to flag people. It's not the most gratifying experience. Well, what to do? I do what I can with what I've been given. And apart from this flagging talent, I haven't been given all that much. Hang on, I can grab a pawn. I also have the pawn grabbing talent. Still objectively slightly worse, I guess, but the position has looked uglier before. Not that it's a beauty right now. Easy to start panicking when you see that clock ticking down, isn't it? 13, 12. I think some people are comfortable losing on time, saying they played a good game. I'm the opposite. I am very comfortable flagging having played a horrible game. But it really depends what you value more. Well, for me, no win is too cheap. But the educational character of this show might suffer a little if I get outplayed every game, because then it's going to be harder to explain all the genius stuff, all the grandmasterly thoughts. Anyway, I should give credit to the Lord of Weasels, who played a great game. Really did outplay me. And yeah, kudos to him. Let's play against Shuaihu Lee from Canada. What's the time in Canada? It's like afternoon, right? I checked the world time map yesterday, but I still can't remember. But I do know that Toronto is next to New York, and I do know, I hope I didn't offend both New Yorkers and Torontians with that statement. But in New York, it's like 5 hours earlier. What's the time there now? 6 p.m.? That would be my guess. But I guess Canada is a big place, or I do know Canada is a big place with a bunch of different time zones. So I should probably stop showing my ignorance about everything. This is, system I play sometimes, the b5, bishop c5 thingy. Very playable system. The problem is it has become extremely deeply analyzed in the main lines with a4, rook b8, d4, bishop b6, knight a3. And you gotta know lots of things to just stay in the game. But if white goes for a slightly slower approach, like Shuaihu Lee is doing, then it just becomes a playable system. Close to the Juco piano. What is this? Knight d2 followed by knight db1? Is that a mouse slip? Or do you change your mind and decided, no, I really want to develop this bishop to g5? Not quite sure. That's odd. But I don't mind. I will take the tempi given to me to regroup my knight to g6. a4 threatening ab. Maybe I could have played more aggressively, but rook b8 is a pretty standard reaction. The a file doesn't matter that much. I want to keep this bishop on this diagonal, and I'm happy to give him that pawn. On b5 especially, with the 2 extra tempi now. Doesn't want it though, which is understandable. Time to switch to offense. Knight h5, you always gotta check that knight takes e5 doesn't work. It doesn't work here because of knight takes e5, queen h5, bishop to g4. Therefore, thought it would be a good idea to bring a knight to f4, even though sometimes, and I've been in the spot a couple times, this knight on f4 is a bit of fool's gold. It looks nice, but you have 2 knights that want to be on f4, only one can be there, and it's not so clear what to do next and why. Therefore, tempted to take that guy on h3, but I'm afraid it doesn't work yet. But therefore, I'm going to exchange one of my knights when white can and maybe should bail out by taking on f4. But then I'm quite comfortable with the bishops. Shui Hu Li does not bail out, and once again, probably rightly so. Not sure what to do. I'll go here. Trying to get my rook going on the half-open f-file. Positionally, it's a little risky. Bishop a2. I can never see any of his moves coming, but they're all decent moves. It's very confusing. Something's wrong. Something's off here. I see what's going on. Okay, I'm gonna live with it. Hard to stay motivated. Anyway, let's have some dignity. Yeah, I don't like my chances. Secret is in the move times. No chance. Sad. Why? Question is, nah, but I'll be checkmated before. Thinking if I can stick around long enough, might have a chance, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Nah. Unfortunately, it won't happen. Oh, 96. I saw that. Kudos to me, big tactician. And yeah, I resign. Congratulations, sir. Let's play someone else. Hopefully I'll have a chance this time. What about Captain the TT? Let me just check in with our moderators for no reason whatsoever. While I'm playing Captain TT. This line is interesting, because here black can go knight c6, queen b7, bishop d7, which is pretty aggressive pawn sacrifice, and it's possibly correct too. Like, I checked it and I couldn't find a way for white to get a serious advantage. It's certainly a playable position for both sides. But yeah, it is interesting. trying to recall theory, which, as usual, I struggle with. I think this was a line and the other line was knight f3. But I'm not sure if I'm supposed to throw in some a3 there somewhere. How did this thing go? I don't know, I shouldn't be sitting here trying to recall theory. I should just make moves. And yeah, black has compensation here, because my king is a little weak. Knight g4 is always in the air. I believe this position has already been played in games by strong players. Rook e8. What do I do? I'm not sure if I guess I can castle. I'll play h3, but I'm not sure about h3, because if he goes bishop c7 or knight e4 is also possible, yeah. Well, this line is scary, especially in a blitz game. I'd actually rather be black because it's much easier to play with black, and h3 might have been asking for it. Now bishop h3 is already in the air. Ooh, I am very scared. Still, I have a feeling I'll have a fighting chance this game, so I should focus. Yeah, I'm still very scared. Queen h4 is a very serious possibility. Knight takes e4, d4. My king is very weak. Probably h3 was overdoing it. Guess I gotta go for drastic measures, trying to chase some attackers away at least. Now he has full compensation, probably, but at least I'm not getting checkmated, which is already something. Still, the black pieces are quite active. He does have the two bishops. I gotta go queen f3 to stop bishop h3 ideas. But Captain the TT is playing well. It's a bit awkward to finish my development. I'm not thrilled about allowing this rook into b2. But I couldn't see what else to do. And that rhymes. Rook f2 or bishop f2? I guess bishop f2. It's a passive position. Still a bit easier to play with black. Like, I have an extra pawn, but it's very hard to mobilize this. It feels like a good marshal for black somehow, whereas long-term position compensation. So all I can do is try to not let it get out of hand, stick around and strike when I get a chance. Bishop c8, very deep move. Trying to go bishop b7. I was gonna go queen g4, but then rook f2 looks more than just a little scary. So I had to go for this slightly less attractive square. I guess bishop e4. The captain is really putting down the hammer. You would expect Thor to do that, but this time it is the captain. Is it Thor or Thor? You guys probably say Thor in the English language, right? Can I jump? I wanna jump. Let's see if jumping yields positive results. Still nothing winning, yeah? d6, ab, knight e8, queen e8 is nothing special because my bishop is so passive. Knight e8, queen b5, knight f6. Nah, nothing too exciting. Could also go f5 immediately, see what happens. Even though that feels very loose. No, I can't see anything great, so I'll go with this. But I don't think I'm better here, frankly. His bishop is just too strong. His queen bishop on the long diagonal, while my bishop is still passive. That might maybe change one day. But for now, I don't think I'm better here at all. I'll create some play of my own, hopefully, with this stuff. As long as my bishop is dormant, there's very little hope. Yeah, captain's been playing well. I need this bishop. I need it on f4. But how can I get it there? Maybe I just can't. Getting outplayed again. Okay, if I'm going to get outplayed every game, at least I should get outplayed quickly. What I'm trying to say is I should speed up. Counterplay. That's the end of my counterplay. Oh boy. Everybody's too strong for me. Using all my resiliency, but it's just not enough. It's resilience, right? I don't know why I keep saying resiliency. I know that's not a word, even though it's tempting. And yeah, you're making all the right moves, sir. Any winning hopes here? Doesn't really look like there should be. Nah, I don't want to flag. He played a good game, so I shall offer a draw. Good game by Captain the TT. Who's next? Hopfdude. That sounds very German. Hopfdude, you around? Maybe not. B4. Oh. Finally, we see the orangutan making its debut on the Banter Blitz stage. Maybe it's not a debut, but I can't recall having played against it. It's interesting strategically. I believe it costs a bit too much time. I don't know any theory here, but with the bishop on e5, it feels like that black should already be slightly better. I know if you feed this position to an engine, it gets very excited about black's chances already. There's some cheapo orangutan stuff like bishop f6, queen h5 things. Doesn't look like it. I'll just, put my pieces into the center. I want to go c5, knight c6. And I have a feeling white setup, well, ambitiously, strategically, is not sound in the harsh reality of getting pieces out and all that. I guess c4 is already trouble, right? Not a lot of squares for Mr. Bishop. Yeah, sometimes I offer draws, like I'm, as you know, not above flagging at all, but it feels a bit strange if the position is a dead draw. Then I normally don't play on time. I feel that's slightly wrong, and the guy played a good game, so no reason to, really. But yeah, don't get used to it. I will still mercilessly flag the rest of you. Here I'm a rook up, so that's too much, and Hupfdude calls it a day already. I'll play another game. I've played a bit of e4s. I've played plenty of e4s during this Banterthon for sure. But yeah, it's not my go-to move, to put it mildly. Let's play against a guy who greatly outrates poor Banterthon international master Petrov Nikita, 1996, 2910. That's a scary Blitz player. He's banging out moves. What do I want to do? I don't even know what I want to do. Already gun shy. He plays this stuff. Bunch of systems here that are interesting, but I'm not quite sure where I want to try my luck. H6 the main move here, which I have no doubt Petrov Nikita 1996 will blitz out. I wish I could remember anything ever. Not sure if you're supposed to play like that. And I'm talking about myself. He's making all the natural moves. Like, yeah, in this position, structurally, black is obviously very, very fine. So if I want anything good to happen, it's gotta be because of the slightly misplaced rook on a7. We'll see. Knight a4. I don't have big aims. I want to go bishop b4, exchange this bishop if I'm allowed to. I have a feeling I won't be allowed to. And yeah, I was wondering what happens after b5. Obviously, I'll go here. And I wasn't sure if this passed pawn was a strength or a liability, or somewhere in the middle. Who knows? Let's find out. Or maybe he's just going to ignore my knight, go knight f6, but then I should have achieved little something. We will never know. He goes knight b6, okay. Time to open this front, I guess. Long term, the good news for me is that I can kick his knight away with b3 one day. Well, it's not so easy to kick my knight away from c5, but you can just take it. So I guess that evens things out a little bit. Queen b8, very deep. What does he want after h3? Just take on a4? He could do that. But I'm not sure if there's anything I can do about it. Yep, not a lot of choice. Missed queen b8, that's a pity. I had the feeling I was doing kind of okay. Well, now it feels fairly equal. Which pawn do I take? c4 or a4? Or none of the above? So many choices. Now I'll take this guy. But yeah, I got nothing. Take some bishop d3 or whatnot. Pity in the city. Petrov Nikita pulled it out, even though I got a bit of pressure in the opening. It all disappeared. Still, probably too early to write my own eulogy. Let's try to annoy him as long as we can. By using my only chess skill, cheapos. Probably playing for a loss here, rook d7, and intending to bring the rook to d2. Oh no, he goes bishop d3, fair enough. Let's ask this bishop for directions. But I'm not 100% sure what I'm hoping for here. I'm not really better. Yeah, not much to do. I'm gonna have to accept the draw again. That's not a great streak. I thought I was better, but then I missed this queen b8 move, or maybe I didn't react to it well, and it somehow went away. Anyway, good game. And the bad news for Petrov Nikita is, since poor Banterthon is so low rated, he's losing rating by drawing against him. So yeah, thanks for the game. Normal game, but I'm still annoyed I didn't get to ask questions. Any newcomers here? No new premium members? I'd like to play someone new. At least Banterthon has never played against Wojta Mattress, I guess. Looks like he's not here. Yeah, you gotta go premium Ganymede if you want even more Banter Blitz. Then you gotta support this little project of ours, because else the lights will stop burning. That's the only way poor Chess24 finances itself. Oh, and Wojta Mattress goes d4, e5. That's Szachonski's opening. The Hard Rock Gambit, at least that's what we call it. I'm not sure what it's really called. d6. I've had many theoretical discussions with Szachonski after d6, bishop g5, with mixed results. But good to see he's not alone out there. There's other fans of the Hard Rock Gambit, but now you gotta go queen d7. That's the Szachonski treatment. Bishop e7 is just too much. Now I take on d6, and I'm a pawn up with a better position in the endgame. So this is not in the spirit of the Hard Rock Gambit. Szachonski would be very sad to see how you handled this. Very disappointed with you. Well, long castles is in the spirit of the Hard Rock Gambit, but really, you can't exchange queens like that. That's not what true Hard Rock devotees do. By the way, I think it's called Hard Laub Gambit or England Gambit or whatever. We call it Hard Rock Gambit, and I'm not going to change that. Still, I gotta win the game. And as usual, I will go for more pawns. I want to give this check, but no, let's take this. And even though that's not my normal MO, I will spend a move on development. Now back to my normal MO, pawn grabbing. And more pawn grabbing. This is the stuff you've all come to see. Me playing Wojta Mattress with 1640, the clocks not being symmetrical at all, but I'm trying to display as many names as I can, and I'm taking all his pawns. Fantastic late night entertainment, is it not? And then, pragmatically exchanging off the knight before I run into any knight forks, and then almost bungling the rook endgame, where I have 3 extra pawns, but only almost. Like probably I'll misplay it so that we got a drawish position, which I will then win on time. That's more normally the level of entertainment you get around here. Sounds tempting. I know. But seriously, rook endgames with 3 extra pawns are not that drawish. You can prepare g5 all you want. It's only gonna add to the body count. And pawn endgames with 4 extra pawns are also not that harsh. So can't win, Vojta. Sorry for mispronouncing that. And he resigns because soon it would become a queen endgame, which is not a great thing. And yeah, I know, most people don't say hard rock gambit, but that's how it's called. Oh, and it looks like he made the wrong first move accidentally. Just as I was praising him for going for the hard rock, just misclicked. Sorry about that. I need a break to recover from all that excitement. Got to check out a thing or two. I'll be back in a minute. Thanks for watching, guys. See you soon. Welcome back, boys and girls. Won the fight against our office coffee machine. I hate that coffee machine so much. It's always like 18 different lights blinking. Then waits for a couple minutes. Then gives you like one sip of coffee and it blinks again. I don't like it. I have one of these taps machines. You throw a tap in, sometimes it wants water, but else it doesn't have any needs. I'll lobby for... Nah, probably we won't get one of those. But it did spit out coffee in the end, so I'm gonna have to drink it awkwardly, because for some reason the only Chess 24 mugs I can find these days are the lefty mugs. And I don't know how to hold them without looking extremely creepy. Not sure where we get those from. I guess it's like... Who had the lefties shop? Was Ned Flanders in Simpsons? I think he had a lefties shop. We're playing the Trumpovsky. With 3 e4, h6 the critical move here. Thule goes for bishop e7, which is also solid, but it allows me to occupy the center with no questions asked for now. And I like controlling the center, because, you know, if you control the center, then you can jump to all kinds of different directions instantly. Looks like he's trying to make a fight out of the central domination, though. He goes knight d7. I was expecting knight e4. Guess I should just exchange here. Yeah, in general, in this type of position, castle is the normal move, but I'm very tempted to wait for him to castle so I can go for some cheapos with h4, which is mainly gambling on my part, not the way to handle this. Knight c6, I'm kind of happy to see, because I always think, maybe I'm oversimplifying this, that you want to get rid of your light square bishops by going a5 and bishop a6, which is harder now that the knight is already on c6. a3 is directed against takes and knight b4, and also maybe you're planning to grab some more space later on, but it looks like he's won the waiting move battle. I will concede and castle, so now he can castle as well without getting checkmated. It's a pity, but I'm still slightly better because I have the better bishop and all that good stuff, more space. So it won't be fun for Thule, but I won't be able to checkmate him quickly either, which is a pity. Rook c7, he wants to double on the c-file. I should do something on the king side. Not sure how I should arrange my pieces. This looks slightly artificial, looks like the wrong direction. But what's done is done. My genius plan was to put the other knight here to free the way for the f-pawn. It's a little slow and artificial, and he can try to create something while I'm wasting time. Still, there's not a lot of entry squares on the c-file. You can put a rook to c3. It's not going to do a whole lot there. And if I get an f5, hopefully I will be able to generate a bit of an attack one day. Shouldn't pre-move this. Don't pre-move it. Because bishop f5, maybe, just maybe, bishop a6 was a problem. Now that he allowed f6, he's in real big trouble all of a sudden, because such a pawn is a handful to deal with in such a position. Let's figure out how to use that pawn, though. Bishop h7 comes to mind. Knight h7, queen g4, king f8, queen g7, king e8. There's no mate yet, which is a pity. If I go queen h5, he can still defend with knight g6. It looks like rook f3, queen f8, rook h3. Okay, it looks decent now. Takes, queen h6 is mate. So yeah, let's do that. Knight g6 looks forced to me. Banterthon is a many-headed beast. Someone's wondering what Banterthon is. Right now, I'm the head of the snake, but there was a scarier man at the helms of Banterthon just a while ago. Knight g6, that's what I was talking about. Rook f3, And my very subtle plan is to go rook h3, queen h7, queen h8, checkmate. You can stop that by playing queen f8, but then rook h3. Knight d7 is a better move. Rook h3 was premature now because of knight takes f6, so I'm gonna prepare it. Sometimes preparation is all you need. What was that? Success is when preparation meets opportunity. I haven't had the opportunity to prepare for a while, so chances of success are limited, I would guess. I like my position though. This knight on b3 is really not a big contributor to the cause, but everything else is in place. e5, what's going on? Okay, h3, knight f6, still defending. So are there different ways to get the job done here? Knight de5, then rook h3. Let's see. I don't know, I have a feeling I'm bungling this again. Such a nice position. The hands of a talented attacker. This would have been game a while back. Still, I did spot that he can't take on d3 because of queen h7, queen h8. So I guess he's still in trouble. Tully. Not to be confused with House Tully. Where's he from? Germany. Still threatening queen h8, so the king has to continue his journey through time and space. But feels like something should give. How though? Check maybe? Getting closer. That is the end, my friend. Good defense by Tully for a while, but yeah, you should never allow f6 in such a position. f5 you gotta take. Good or bad. No choice. Whom do we play? Pawn pusher. I'm guessing pawn pusher likes to go one knight f3. I was gonna make a joke, but shouldn't you be called knight pusher? Knight crawler? Knight f3 is not a move pawn pusher should play. I will honor your username by going g6. And now c5 is kind of wrong in this position because of d4. Well, now black got what he wanted. He didn't want much, but now d4 is less good because of takes, knight d4, knight c6. Move order subtleties. I'm not sure many of you are following, but it makes a difference if you start with d4 immediately and then let's say I take and bishop g7, white can go e4. Well, now if you have to take on c6, I get a very, very sound structure, so this should be fine for black. Having said all that, don't know what to do, yada, yada, yada. I'll go for immediate confrontation with queen a5. It's probably sounder to play normal moves, knight f6, castles, and enjoy my slightly superior structure, but I feel like messing around. Queen a5 can't be that good after bishop d2, but it looks entertaining. Bishop d2, rook b8. Who knows what's gonna happen? Probably nothing's gonna happen. He's just gonna defend his pawns and we'll move on with our daily life. He goes queen c2. I'll continue my policy of attacking things before he's developed. Going bishop a6. And slurping. Slurping a word? I think so. e3, you can do that, but yeah, it's all slightly awkward for white. And I'll continue non-developing moves. Just because I can. Still, pawn pusher has weathered the storm by pushing his e-pawn to e3 for now. And at some point, I might have to develop pieces. As much as I hate developing my pieces, might be no way around it at some point. But nah, I don't want to develop pieces. I don't want to go to sleep yet. I want to grab pawn pusher's pawns. Give me that pawn. Gimme, gimme, gimme. It's coffee with milk in the mug. Took a long time to extract that coffee from that thing they call coffee machine, which has this blinking refill water, then has this blinking cleaning, then has this blinking gimme more beans, and then something else blinks. I hate that machine with a vengeance. Can't take. What I do like though is grabbing pawns. Nothing sweeter in life than taking one of your opponent's hard-earned pawns off the board. They're not hard-earned. You start the game with the 8 pawns. You didn't have to do anything to get them. So to get rid of them, take them. It's very gratifying. Okay, I'll develop some pieces. Now that I have a pawn, I can calm down a little bit. Okay, enough calming down. Now it's time to go after bigger fish. The biggest fish is the fish on g1. I want to mate him with queen h3, knight g4. Probably won't be all that easy. He can just go king g2. And the mate has to wait. But might as well try. Can't blame a queen for trying. f3, also fair enough. Yeah, I guess there will be no instant checkmate. No instant vindication. Which is what we're all looking for in these crazy times of Internet 4.0 or wherever we're at. Vindication? I don't even know that word. Validation, I think, is the one I was trying to use. But I'm sure vindication makes some sense too. What is vindication? I guess it's close to validation, but not quite the same. Nah, no reason to vindicate. How do I manage to always end up in an endgame? I mean, this is a good endgame, so I'm not going to complain all that much. But still gotta win it. I'll be patient and hope that my greater number of pawns will get the job done. Even though if I keep playing like this, my greater number of pawns might disappear and the number of pawns could become equal. I can't allow that to happen. My trademark horrible endgame technique. Rook a8 was bad. Just bring the king. Don't let him go e5. Still a very good endgame, but can't be too impressed with the way I've handled the situation. Not the situation from the Jersey Shore, but the one on the board. Why not pre-move this, just in case, you know? Never know when pawn pusher decides to push his e-pawn. ba4 is wrong now to active. You should at least try b4. Still probably lost, but at least some hope. Well, this is pretty joyless. Thankless, joyless, infinite jest. No infinite jest here. Too many enemy. Pawn pusher living up to his username, finally. But some of the pawns are falling. He resigns, even though he could have waited for me to take on h5 and then try to push the a-pawn up the board. Probably wouldn't have saved the day. Time to check out the list. Squabby looks like a new guy, new kid in town, Mr. Squabby. What's Squabby? I guess it doesn't mean anything, but I'll still Google. I'm eager to learn. Squabby. Definition of squabby by the Free Dictionary. It means short and fat. See? Learn something new. Mr. Squabby. Mr. Squabby might be taking a short break though, so if he's not here, no crushing can be done. It's so warm here. Nah, sorry Squabby, looks like you're not around. Nowhere to be found. Who else can we play? LQMV. Sorry for the board. Not sure if LQMV is here. Still struggling with the clock sizes. Not here either. Where you guys at? Aborté. Not a word in any language that I'm familiar with. Oh, found another newbie. Augie Ren. Augie Ren Kenobi. What are you guys doing to me? I need company. Countdown. 5, 4. But let me take off my jacket. It's really too hot in here. And it feels like this took a long time, so we're gonna use the jacket takeoff operation instead of our usual countdown and find somebody else. What about our boy Jonathan Sanchez Millones? Fidemaster. Everyone went to bed already? Didn't iron my shirt before the show, as you can see, but it's just too warm. Nah. Alright. How many games in a row can I board? One more try. Melkor. Probably these are all old Peter challenges. Oh no, here we go. Scandinavian by Melkor. I know nothing about this line. Guess I'll go d4. This stuff. Know nothing about this either. Check. Bishop d7. I thought they go knight bd7. But But by saying that, I give away that I lied when I said I knew nothing. He's playing these moves as if they made sense, so maybe they do. No clue, honestly. I'll keep it simple. Can I keep my pawn? Bishop b5, bishop d7. Looks like he gets his pawn back either way, so I'll keep it simpleton style and just get a slightly better position. Still have some cruel intentions like g4, h4 at an opportune moment. But I'm not sure if that moment will come. c6, he's not worried about any of my cruel intentions. g4, bishop g6, h4, f6, h5, fe, hg, h5, bishop c2. There's also knight f7, which could be interesting, but I'm not sure it does all that much either. King f7, g4, g6. So many options. Well, let's do this. Pretend I'm a 1e4 player, which I'm really not. Like, I should have stuck to my d4 roots and castle kingside and grind out a boring, slightly better position. But gotta challenge myself once in a while. Not really. Gotta challenge Melkor once in a while. Here we go. I was thinking about h5 earlier when I thought the best move was bishop takes c2, and I was trying to evaluate that, but didn't reach a conclusion. Bishop c2, fe5. That actually looks fine for black. So I'm gonna change gears and do this, but I'm also not sure if this is anything special. King f7, forced. And maybe black is fine. Strange position, not sure. But I like it when guys take time on only moves. That's my favorite thing in the world. It's a bit of a sad favorite thing in the world to have. I guess f5, I was thinking queen g2, and I didn't think much further. Without further ado, let me introduce the rest of my crew. At least Melkor is playing slowly, even though I also played slowly. Not sure why I've played slowly. I was thinking about this too now, queen g6 check. But it's a lot more tempting to try to win his queen by going c3. He doesn't fall for it. That's just sad. Why can't you fall for my devious trick, Melkor? Then we're gonna have to keep it simple. Pawn up. Pawn is a pawn. Should be reasonably simple win actually, f4, f5. It's not a very fair pawn ending with a protected pass pawn on g6, therefore. I like my chances here. Can't keep me out forever. And Melkor resigns. Good game, Melkor. Alright, let's play Corso 1, 2, 3. From New York to Germany. He's Dutch. From the Dutch Antilles. Didn't I play you the other day? Repeat business here. Good old Sicilian. Knight e2, very subtle. People get too caught up in random subtleties. This is a playable system, but it's not particularly great for white. So, spend your time on something else, Corso. Play the open Sicilian. Don't think, oh, I'm going to outsmart everybody by going knight e2. Knight f3 is a more natural move than knight e2, for a reason. Now you got to take on c6 and go bishop d3, but then e5 and bishop c5. Black is fine, basically. So, it's not the greatest system in the world. f3 looks risky. Once again, I will go for battle with going d5 ASAP, trying to open the position and to use this f3 pawn, which looks a little alone. It doesn't look alone, but the dark squares around the white king are a little weakened. And I guess black is already slightly better here. I will play a3, but I'm not sure if I want to grab this pawn. That gives up a lot of my positional advantages. Maybe I'll grab and then go queen a5, try to keep a bit of momentum. ED is really asking for it, because now the position opens up like what I was hoping for. And rook e8 check is gonna slightly embarrass this king, so this is already extremely dangerous. Might actually be almost beyond repair. And by almost, I mean completely beyond repair. Because you're one move too late, Corso. You're not gonna manage to castle without material losses because of the pin. Sorry, mate. That's game. Why is it so freaky warm in here? So hot in here. Corso resigns. That's what I mean about these sneaky sidelines. I'm not a fan, and I fully understand the open Sicilian is scary. I'm scared by it. For those who don't like the open Sicilian, check out Robin van Kempen series on the Rossolimo, the 3 bishop b5 stuff. He's gonna be here this weekend to follow up with his part 2 on 3 bishop b5 check against e4, c5, knight f3, d6. That will give you a very solid repertoire, which is actually very sound, without having to deal with all the scary Najdorfs and dragons and other monsters out there. We get Trompowsky against Ember. I normally play 2 d5, but for the sake of variety, let's check him out in another main line, bishop e4 and c5. Not fully in my style, but playable. I played quite a bit of Trompowsky with white as a kid. So, why not this? e3 I'm not familiar with. f3 or d5 are the main moves. And I'll be greedy. Like, you could just play cd followed by d5 and black is fine. But whenever there's a chance to be greedy, I'm not far away. Maybe, did I see something like this? Knight c3? No. It doesn't look very good though. Looks vaguely familiar. And generally, yeah, don't go e3. Go d5 or f3. C chess queen, can't accept you. Become a premium member and then I will gladly play all of you guys. But I can't accept non-premiums. Strict rules here in Chess24 land. I just accepted you, Jonathan. You weren't there. The moment has passed. Sorry about that. He goes knight c3 after a lengthy consideration, which I also thought was the best move. The pawn structure is a little compromised, but still things can't be too bad for white here. Not quite sure how to arrange my forces. Guess I'll fianchetto this bishop. Not sure about it. Even bishop e5 is mildly annoying now. c4, however, just gives me a slightly better endgame. That's the stuff aging grandmasters like myself feast upon. Slightly better boring endgames. Nothing in the world makes me happier. I said that about something else like 5 minutes ago, so I gotta be sure to keep my narrative intact here. Yeah, my position is better because this dude is a weakness long-term, short-term, mid-term. White doesn't have that much to show for it. Should close the position here with d5 to make sure this guy stays alive. And he does, to his credit. Don't you hate it when they make a good move? I did see he could take on d6. I just thought, even if I lose a pawn temporarily, that the opening of the position should favor me, because I could get to the slight weaknesses in the white camp more easily. I can always get my pawn back on c4. Still not sure how winning I am. No, king e2. Well, I'm not winning, but how much better I am, if better at all. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I overestimated my chances once again. Oh, and I gotta return this call, actually. I'll do it in a minute. Gonna have to go on a brief break. This one is important. But I'm gonna finish this game first. Yeah, I overestimated my position. Knight g5 is really annoying, so I'm willing to spend a whole tempo on it. But I'm clearly not better. Pawn down at the moment. That's not too great a concern because c4 is so weak. But no, I've done something wrong. Oh, did I make a crazy pre-move? I didn't even realize. Oh yeah, you're right. He wasn't forced to take on e6. So sometimes I'm overdoing the pre-moving a little bit. Ember's playing pretty well. Activating his knight, and as mentioned, yeah, I feel like I've bungled it a little bit. Can't see anything better than this. But now his knight is stronger than my bishop. These cases do exist. Therefore, I'm slightly worse of anything. Which is a pity. Let's see how many rooks Ember wants to play with. Yeah, I've bungled this. Now the knight on d6 is a real powerhouse. Well, my bishop doesn't have a lot of useful work to do. So, slightly worse endgame. Very unclear how to create any confusion too. My pieces are just so passive. Well, Ember is playing this very well. Am I gonna get crushed by Ember? I don't want that to happen. Not looking forward to that prospect one bit. But he's playing well. He's crushing me. Must be tough. Completely outplayed. Knight b5, I feel, is even selling his advantage a little too cheaply, but I'm still slightly worse with no great hopes for bad things to come. But why give that beautiful knight for my measly bishop? There's really no reason to do so. Oh, sorry, Ember, Played so well, and then you just dropped the rook. Sorry, that must be very disappointing. I feel your pain, but I'm still gonna take the rook. I gotta make a phone call, but I'll be back shortly. Sorry guys, see you soon. Sorry guys, welcome back. Let the Banterthon continue. How many hours are we in? Feel like there's still lots of hours to play. 24 maybe. I can't calculate at all. 6 p.m. was 24 hours. Now it's past midnight. So do we have halftime, like 36? Maybe we're at 36 hours. Are we? Feels like it hasn't been 36 yet. But maybe it has been. Probably. Amazing Grandmasterly math display there. And let's continue playing against Andrei Milan. Milan? I don't know. Goes e4. 24-17. A strong dude. Pre-move. Oh, strong dude but boring system. Another pre-move. Oh, he plays this stuff. Is this the same dude I played recently, or are there more guys who play the whatever this is called, the Belgrade Gambit? I guess all of this is theory. It's another one of those which, yeah, I've never studied very hard because I know you can get a decent position by just going bishop e7 and making moves. Here, I'm not sure at all. c6 looks like a plausible move, but there were others, like knight g6 followed by f5. I guess he should go knight c3. Doesn't look like. Opening the position favors him, and after knight c3, not sure yet what I'm going to do. He takes, that's a surprise. I thought knight c3 immediately was a better move. This stuff looks like I'm reasonably active. Queen b6, maybe targeting b2, even though I'm not really sure I want to take just yet. Probably better to reinforce my position a little first. Bishop e5, de, knight c6 could be a funny tactic, but then my bishops should become very active, so I don't think that's great. c3, he's daring me to take, and I don't need that much provocation to grab a pawn. Gimme. Bishop b7 is rook b1. Don't want that. So let's continue primitively and grab things. Not sure about this decision, frankly. I have to calculate e4, bishop e4. Not so clear. Probably it's best to develop a piece once in a while. Not sure, I feel like I gave him some compensation when I didn't really have to. My position looked very, very good. Well, now after queen d6, it's a bit awkward. What's going on here? I thought I could just take this. What am I missing? I don't get it. Unless there's some tactical trick, I'm almost winning with the two bishops. And yeah, that doesn't seem to be a tactical trick. So it looks like Andrei Milan has miscalculated something. The two bishops are quite a force here. Aqua Team Hunger Force. Yeah, that didn't go well for him. This is just... Shouldn't say hopeless, because I'm sure I'm going to find a way to inject some hope into the white position. But it's really, really bad. Should note to self, take a timeout, make a luft at some point. time has come. Would have been a pity to blunder queen b6 followed by rook d8. Well, now, yeah, my position remains pretty winning in spite of Andrei Melan's efforts to trick me. How do we wrap this up? Let's checkmate. Yeah, 97 check just didn't work there earlier on. And yeah, in this position, I think queen d6 gives white fair compensation for the pawn, because this knight is pretty strong. But 97 wasn't it. Let's keep rolling and play against Zubin. Yeah, according to my calculations, there's still... I can't calculate at all. 38 hours left, is that correct? We really need this countdown clock. So the Banterthon is... how hard can it be to calculate this? 24 hours at 6 p.m. plus 6 hours till midnight. It's 30 hours, 72 total. 42 hours? I don't know. I also don't know why I play bishop c4. That's not the best move. Bishop b5 check is fine, Van Kampen style, and of course d4 is fine. Bishop c4 is a system like in the spirit of I don't care what you do, I'm gonna play the Italian against anything. I'll go rook e1, c3, d4 or d3, but it's not the most challenging approach. Knight c6, c3. What's going on in the chat? People are missing Peter. Yeah, I understand, but he played all of us, or all of you, for 5 hours. That's really all one could ask for. And we're very glad to have him and that he contributed in such a great fashion. I was tempted to play d4, but I thought the problem was takes and this knight takes e4 trick. Or, yeah, knight takes e4. No, I don't think everybody can follow. Knight takes e4, maybe I still have d5. But also takes and d5 leads to an isolated queen's pawns position where I don't think I have much. Well, here white should be slightly better. h3 looks slow, but I want to stop any bishop g4s. If I play d4 immediately, he can maybe take and go bishop d4. So I'll throw an h3 and then next move, probably play d4. When I should be a bit better because of my slightly better structure. Some discussions in the chat. No, I don't think Amber was cheating at all. Come on, just played a good game. If that's what the discussion is about. Zubin is simplifying here. I guess he could go d5. I'm not totally sure. d5, e5, knight e4. Bishop e6 is also fine. If I manage to get all my pieces out without anything happening, like this, then I should be a bit better. Because the d6 pawn is a little weaker than the e4 pawn. I have some more space, so this is quite pleasant. But maybe he had a moment there to play d5 and e5, knight e4 look quite active. Well, now it's a little trickier to keep the d6 pawn without concessions. And yeah, knight b6 is not a great square for the knight, and you can see the pressure is just mounting up on d6. Well, there's not that much to show for it. Out of coffee already. This coffee disappears so quickly. Gonna have to go for another round of wrestling with the coffee machine in a moment. Here's Zubin, yeah. This knight d7, knight b6 was just too slow. It looks like I'm gonna pick up this pawn one way or another. And we all know how much I love pawns. Trying to figure out what to do after bishop g5. I haven't made a lot of progress on that front. I'll try to limit that bishop by going g3, f4. But once again, not sure how well I'm doing this. Knight c4, I'm gonna have to take probably. Don't want to give him any compensation unless I have to. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, not sure I've handled the last couple moves very convincingly. Still a pawn up, that's the good news. But somehow my Grandmaster League technique, frankly technique has never been the best part of my game. I'm more of a trickster, material grabber. But converting better endgames is not my big strength. Like I'm gonna win this because of the clock and so on. But feel like I could have done a bit better. And Zubin lost some time. Thanks for the game, Mr. Zubin. Who else is new? Habidi from Germany. Let's play Habidi. Good old Queen's Gambit. Another of these bishop b4s, which I've seen before. cd5 is probably the main move, but a3 is kind of critical as well. Telling your opponent, okay, you want to go bishop b4, then give me that bishop. And if you don't do it, then bishop b4 didn't make that much sense because the pawn is better on a3 than on a2. So now we can play whatever line I choose of the, what do you call this? I don't know what you call it, Karlsbad variation or something, where my pawn on a3 is better than a2. So if you're gonna go bishop b4, you gotta say b as well and take on c3. Of course, it's not a drama that my pawn is here, but it changes things a little bit, makes life a little easier in a couple lines. So knight f3, you could certainly make a strong case for knight e2 as well. Might actually be a better move now that I think about it. But knight f3 looks natural enough, can't be terrible. I guess black should still play c5. Can't really see any better plan, especially now that he's played a6. I'd probably take and get slightly better IQP position, isolated queen's pawn position. But I can't think of a better plan. Knight bd7 I'm not sure about. No, yeah. If we're gonna go c5, more often than not you want your knight on c6 and recapture with the bishop. So this feels like he's mixing too many plans somehow. Still nothing bad has happened. And knight takes c5. Maybe it's actually okay for black. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I shouldn't have taken on c5 so quickly. But still, I guess I'm a little better. He has a weak pawn after all. Nothing much happening though. Khabidi, after his early adventures, recovered quite well. And yeah, I haven't really put the hammer down. This knight on d4 looks nice, but I'm actually not sure about the move. You could also play something like bishop e5, maybe put the bishop on d4. Because with the knight on d4, paradoxically, it becomes harder to actually attack the pawn on d5. Because the knight, yeah, it's blocking it, but it's not attacking it. This is an old Bent Larsen piece of wisdom. You don't want to blockade the isolated pawn, you want to take it. Knight e4. I'll take here. Now de doesn't make a lot of sense because if knight takes e6. So I thought this was a decent moment. But in the interest of complete honesty, I was intending to make a blunder here by playing queen b3 when I missed knight d2. Which, yeah, would not be ideal. So I have to change plans. That really changes things. That's a pity. Would not have done that had I spotted this in time. Because you really want to go queen b3 here. But I can't. So I'll take here. Still got a tiny edge, but haven't made lots of progress over the last couple moves. I'm very drawn to blundering this knight d2 somehow. Like every move my hand wants to make allows knight d2. You know what? Enough. I'm done blundering this thing. Go away with your knight. Speaking of go away with your knight, I'm already getting a little tired and I'm only 2.5 hours in, which means I still got 5.5 to go and there's no basketball to bail me out tonight. So it's gonna be an interesting night shift. I might go slightly mad yet again. Lot to look forward to. But I shall try to crush you guys all as long as I can. Why is my rating only 2736? I thought I'd play well this time. There were some incidents. Bishop f5 is ruining all the hard work that Khabidi has done earlier because I guess he missed that one. Sorry, Khabi. That was a bit of a blunder there. Let's find a new opponent. Oh, it's my friend Karpov's Putzfrau. Can't resist playing the cleaning lady. Gonna be a big theory debate after e4, e5 and some random gambit line. I'm very familiar with Karpov's Putzfrau. Oh no, he has a new approach to chess. He's gonna go 1a3 because he thinks this is a useful move in everything. And now after a3, e5, e4, knight f6, knight c3, so many things I can't do anymore. Like playing bishop b4. Therefore, I'm gonna have to do this. I don't know what's best here. Bishop e7 I think is a move I like. But I'll go for this. How bad can it be? But the Putzfrau got a fairly decent position, which between you and me is much more than he deserves. I'm gonna have to live with it. He didn't go h4. He's really playing out of character here. Making an effort to play normal chess. Don't expect that from your Putzfrau. I don't know what to do. I'm so confused. bait him into bishop f6. I know he wants to take and go knight d5. But is it worth it? Now he wants to castle queenside and then checkmate me with g4. And he might succeed too. Very familiar with the guy, but that doesn't mean he can't checkmate me. This is really the kind of positions he excels at. No, if I lose this game, I'm gonna get so many speeches about yeah, theory, blah, blah, blah. Just play a3 and life will be good. So better don't lose. But so far he's kind of outplayed me, which is really sad. In the tank here, knight d5 is a pretty obvious move, which you should play, Mr. Putzfrau. Here we go. I have to keep this closed, but he has a plan. He has a plan for me. I think I'm gonna get mated. I hate my life already. This will be one of the sadder days of my life if I don't survive here, and I have a feeling I might not survive. Playing well. Good game. By cup of Putzfrau. What is this? It's baiting me into repeating moves. Do you really want to repeat moves? This might be your one chance of checkmating me. I won't repeat moves, of course. But I will rather get checkmated than giving a draw to a cup of Putzfrau. Still very concerned about that possibility though. Queen h6 looks like I might have some chances to survive the onslaught for now. A lot of drama, but now I'm a little more relaxed. I survived. Would have been really sad not to, because of the bragging rights I would have given him. But I will admit that I did sweat greatly in this game. You have no idea how much was at stake in this one. And still is at stake, so I should not do this thing, which I always do, to celebrate prematurely. Should stay razor focused and take his pieces. And cup of Putzfrau resigns. Yeah, made me sweat big time there. Good game by cup of Putzfrau. Creative stuff. And I'm looking forward to the theoretical discussion, which we will surely have about this game. So, let's play Jerexon. If he's here, you're here. He's here. Sicilian time. Which Sicilian shall I play? What about the Sveshnikov? I don't think I've ever played the Sveshnikov on this program. Well, the Pelikan. Knight b3 is not so critical. Knight db5 is where it's at. Because after knight b3 I can develop very quickly with bishop b4. And you know me. I see a pawn. I grab it. Maybe as compensation here. I don't know, bishop c4 or whatever. But it looks like a perfectly healthy pawn to me. I don't need to be asked twice to do such things. Gustafsson trying to checkmate me too. Everybody wants to hurt me and my feelings. But here, yeah, he's starting from a worse situation than Cup of Sportsfrau, who really put a lot of pressure in that last game. And I barely survived. Long thought here. Should be 5. Yeah, once again, might have. Nah, I'm not sure I've misplayed it. I was more concerned about Queen c5 when it was a little awkward to defend the e5 pawn. Now I should be doing alright. a4. Looks like the chat is in an apologetic mood. I'm reading lots of apologies. What's going on? Habit Noir. You weren't there later when I took your challenge. Yeah, don't sweat it. These things happen. I can't expect everybody to be sitting at their computer non-stop, because I also never know when I'm gonna accept whom. But I'm sure you guys understand that if you're not there, I gotta play someone else to keep the show going, else it gets a bit stale. But no problem whatsoever. Here I feel like I have a lot of pieces targeting c2. Too many, actually. So the end is near for Gustafsson. No good advice to give. It's just too many enemy. Therefore, Gustafsson resigns. Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm not really sorry, but sometimes I feel like apologizing. I'll play Miraillon. Some new arrivals of guys I've never played, apparently. Mr. Miraillon. It's gambit time. Let's play some dumb gambit. What about the wing gambit? I don't like any of these gambits, as I'm sure you know. Doesn't want to take it though. That's good news. Just take the pawn. Now my move almost made some sense. Oh, I thought I'd blundered, but I haven't blundered yet. Should make sure. I thought I blundered Queen b6, but I did have some recourses then. Still puts me in full-blown panic mode already. So I'll give some checks. Hoping to force a concession, because here I can take on f6 and he has to recapture with a pawn, which seriously spoils his pawn structure. Well, Queen e7 was probably the lesser evil, but I still thought after bishop f6 I was better. Now it looks very unpleasant for Miraillon, because his king doesn't have anywhere good to go. This pawn is weak. And after takes, queen takes check. At the very least winning a pawn. The showy move would be knight takes d5. And yeah, why not? Probably queen d5 or anything simple is better. But this is also yielding me a good position. c3 just to cover the b4 square and all these things, so I don't run into any surprises. Now this knight has a pleasant outpost on f5. Knight e5 is a good move. Underestimated or missed that one. I'll step out of the... King h1 was totally random. Didn't make a lot of sense, frankly. Just reflexes, stepping out of the G file, but yeah, it was a pointless move. How do I do this? Let's try to activate at least one of my pieces. Yeah, I don't know, man. Put this knight on f5. I'm obsessed with this construction ever since the Carlsen Kramnik game, which I've talked a lot about on this program, and I don't think this was the best way to do it here. Probably should have just used one of my knights to exchange his knight, put the other on f5. But it's all pretty decent problems to have, since I'm still a pawn up with good position. But once again, after a successful early pawn grab, my execution has not been all that convincing so far. Yeah, guys, prepare for your exam. Don't watch Banterthon. I'll be here after the exam is over. Still, I'm flattered that you're using my talking nonsense as your excuse to procrastinate. There's so many other options out there to procrastinate, so I am flattered. But still, learn stuff. Everybody's losing their academic future because of me. You're not gonna learn anything about chess here, that much I can promise you. The art of pre-moving, maybe. Like how to convert an extra pawn. Nah, this is not that type of class. Non, je ne peux pas parler français. Je comprends un petit peu, mais je ne peux pas parler. Castellano sí que hablo, mais français, je ne peux pas parler. Ooh, almost, so tempting. Problem is, this knight has a pretty decent square on c4, where once again I'm gonna be very tempted to blunder a knight fork on d2. But I shall resist that urge. Knight d7 is a bit more passive. Now my knights can activate with tempo, and things have taken a turn for the worse for Miraillon. This rook all of a sudden is completely out of play. Knight e7 is gonna be a constant headache. Yeah, knight d7 was just too passive. Zero Doi is gonna be late for work. At least he probably finished his studies and got a job because of this. Or I don't know if it's because of that, but I feel less bad about you being late for work than about all these guys losing their degrees because of me. A lot of responsibility, this Banterthon thingy. When all I'm trying to do is like grab people's pawns and exchanges. That's really the only goal of this show. But a lot of collateral damage wasn't aware of. Miraillon is not collateral damage. Miraillon was exactly the target of this operation. If you're confused what I'm mumbling about, I'm referring to all the guys on the chat who are missing to learn for their exams. Because they're hoping to learn. Nah, I don't think you're hoping to learn anything here. It is just good old-fashioned procrastinating. And let's play against Jonathan Sanchez Millones. If he's around this time. Maybe he's not. We'll find out. There he is. Goes e4. Time for my good old-fashioned e4, e5 thingy. He says hello. Hello, sir. Now there we Lopez. Do you know what? Let's do this again. I don't know why I keep saying let's. Is that does that sound weird? Does I sound full of myself when I say let's? I don't know. Oh, big theoretician, Jonathan. Knight takes e5 is one theoretical move. I guess the main line is a4, rook b8, and then either knight e5 or c3. But this is also a serious line, which I don't know that much about, to be perfectly honest. What am I supposed to do here? Trying to remember things. I think there was some weird line with queen c3, knight e7, which looks like a very strange move. I think that's what they did. He goes queen d3. Yeah, I don't know. Theory. Oh, castle. How bad can that be? c3. Fair enough. What am I supposed to do? I guess I'll jump around a bit. Is e5 a threat? Not yet, right? Hope it's not a threat yet. I feel I have to do something active quickly, because if he gets all his pieces out, then I could be in trouble against the two bishops and the mobile pawns. So I'll go here, knight d2, rook e8, and then see what happens. Hope I'm not getting checkmated here, but it doesn't look like, because after e5, de. These queens are opposing each other, so white doesn't have time for shenanigans. Yeah, rook e1 is a sounder move, but also a little less scary. What do I do though? c5 looks like a natural move to play. I'm thinking about some weird stuff with knight to c4. Knight takes c4, bishop e4, but I'm not sure if it's any good. Now I'll go c5. b4, fair enough. Once again, I should think about my weird stuff with knight c4. Or I could take and go knight c6, but no, that's not that tempting. Let's do this. Queen d4. Missed that one. That was pathetic. I was counting on queen c4, rook c8, queen b6, and I have a great position, but after queen d4, the tables turn. Quite big time, actually. That was ridiculous. Okay, time to compose and look for tricks. Knight e4. That doesn't seem to work. Bishop e4, rook e4, knight e4, bishop e4. Also looks quite bad. Yeah, that was very, very dumb, and I'm annoyed at myself. Still, what to do? Gotta keep fighting. How though? Position got really, really unpleasant within two terrible moves. Yeah, I've bungled this big time. I'm very annoyed at myself, because I think I had a good position, but yeah, just blundered this queen d4, which turned it into a horrible position. This might be beyond repair already. But whining won't save it. Just gotta be tough and try to hang around. I'm not sure what you're thinking about. e5 looks fairly obvious to me. But I like it that he's thinking of it. Yeah, my position is fairly terrible. Yeah, it's kind of lost actually. Just take bishop d4, f5. But I think I've voiced my discomfort already. And it doesn't make one's bad positions any better to whine about them. Just gotta make moves quickly and not allow any direct wins if possible. All you can do. Trying to find glimmer of hope here, but position is very, very grim. You know what? I'll give you a piece. Or you probably won't take it, but go rook g3. Maybe I shouldn't give you a piece then. Nah, no piece for you. If you would have accepted the piece, I might have given it to you. But I had the feeling you would have checkmated me instead. And I can't allow that to happen. Probably still worse, but it feels like at least things have become a little more murky over the last couple of moves since I stopped complaining and started making moves. So note to self, do that more often. Where to put my bishop? No great squares for it. I saw this, but I thought didn't do that much damage, because if he has to take on e8, then yeah, I might even be better, because I'm gonna get the e7 pawn and things have turned. I think instead of rook takes c6, bishop f5 was much more critical. Well, now, yeah, now I'm in good shape, believe it or not. He's probably gonna try bishop d7 or something. No, he takes. But yeah, this is just bad for white now. I thought at least rook f8. How to do this? Already eyeing the more greedy options here. Okay, change my mind. Just kidding. Yeah, the tables have turned. I don't know. But Jonathan lost on time. Yeah, he got a great position after I messed up outside of the opening, but didn't manage to follow through. Here after b4, maybe I should start with knight c4. Maybe that is smarter. I have a feeling I'm okay here. Takes and queen b6 check first, but I got very mad at myself for missing this queen d4 move. Yeah, just queen b6 check and then knight c4, and I should be perfectly fine. That was dumb. But what to do? Always gonna be an amount of dumbness. Yeah, the problem with my clock positioning is if you have really long opponents' usernames, then it doesn't quite fit. Anyway, next game. Dikkeraren. Where's Dikkeraren from? From Denmark. I see. Let's play the Juco piano. No, I won't play the Juco piano. Bishop e7 limits my options. I was gonna play some fancy gambit, but after bishop e7 I can't. I don't know any theory on bishop e7. It looks natural to try to grab the center, I guess. Maybe this is theory, I don't know. Now f6 I wanted e5, so yeah, he starts with d6. Maybe this is all normal, but it feels like white got a pretty comfortable position here. Could go to e2 as well, but this looks fine. My phone is doing things. Bishop g4. I'll go after this bishop. Trying to cut it off from its homeland and then chase it down by going h3 and g4. Good night, Don William. The laws of chess are being mean to Dikararan because he can't recapture on g6 because of the rules. Therefore, my attack gains some extra steam here. Can't pre-move anything. I was tempted to pre-move this, but if he played any other move, that would have looked really silly. So I couldn't do it. No way out, Dikararan. Sorry, mate. I'm trying to start saying mate to everybody, because it sounds good when Australians say it. I think it sounds less good when I say it. But still, I'll stick with it. Speaking of mate, this should be mate in a couple moves. I can't spot the mate in 2 here. I'm sure there is a mate in 2. How hard can it be? King f7 is the only legal move. That much I did spot. And then, where's the mate? Can't see it. I'll stay in my natural mode and take some pawns first, just in case. But I'm a little embarrassed, because I do honestly feel like this is mate in 2. Shouldn't lose on time trying to find it, I guess, but it has to be there. Maybe this is it. It's not mate in 2, but it's mate. Very important to take the c6 pawn first. That's a game changer. Yeah, there was a mate in 2, but really took me a long time. Grandmasters, no, not grandmasters. It's me trying to solve hard tactics exercises. Oh, another guy with a very long name, which is not gonna fit. You know what? I'll move the clock out of the way just for your name. Let's put our clocks at the end of the screen so we can all read the full beauty of his name. Teimour Alexandre Bonville. Sorry if I mispronounced that name badly. Here we go. I'm texting a bit here during the game. I'll be done with it in a second. I know it looks strange and disrespectful. It's not meant to be. Oh, it's also a 3-minute game. It's really, given my texting speed, not a very good time to text. Let's play some moves instead. Not sure how the theory goes here. In general, the plan for white is get this knight out of the way and play c4 very quickly. You play knight c3 to provoke d5, but once d5 is on the board, this knight doesn't have a whole lot to do there. So the idea is, yeah, to remove it and play c4, as far as I can tell. Really can't type. I greatly admire these women that can type a text message in like 8 seconds or like 3 seconds. For me, it's a serious exercise to do anything there. In the position I should be a little better. Not sure what to do though. This looks a bit too simplistic. Knight f4, can he go d4, c5, queen somewhere? Let's see. This move might have been ridiculous, or good, or neither. Did I blunder a piece? That's what I get for texting. Good thing is, I think I have decent compensation actually. But once again, none of this was any long-term plan or anything. It's just random, probably quite bad moves. I'd like to checkmate him with some knight g6 and queen to the third. That's probably not meant to be. So, guess I just blundered a piece, huh? That's far from ideal, and I also played slowly. Okay, at least I should try to make a fight out of this. Piece is a piece, though. Won't be easy. What am I doing? Come on. Sorry, just getting mad at myself here. But I did the damage before, so this was probably not even the spot to get annoyed at myself. Just gotta play quickly and fight the being annoyed at myself part. At least the material balance is a little weird now. I'm still worse, but things aren't so easy, hopefully. But I have to seriously speed up. That's my focused face. Position is alright by now, but he's played quite quickly too. No square to go to? Couldn't find a square. Pathetic. Oh, drama. And yeah, dug myself a bit of hole there by being distracted early, but I zoomed in later. Good game, Monsieur Bonville. Should probably do my texting in breaks. Okay, done texting. Back to business. Let's play Yapper 10. Yapper. No, that game wasn't just flagging skills. That game I thought I actually played well, the last one. Like, okay, I played terribly for the first 100 moves, but after that, I dug in. Very pleased with myself. Very full of myself. Let's grab some space for a change. So tired of these English positions all the time. Oh, we get a Volga, or Banco, as you people in the United States of Americana say. No, you should take on F1. At least make it harder for me to castle. I'm full bullet mode. I'm pre-moving left and right. The last game got me all fired up. And yeah, if you manage to castle in this Banco sort of position, that's a bit of an achievement, of course. Doesn't decide anything, but normally white is to castle by hand. After bishop f1, king f1, go g3, king g2. Well, that wasn't necessary here, so that should help my chances a bit. Still, black has the typical Banco counterplay, so won't be easy. Not a big fan of having to go bishop d2 actually. I like to use his bishop actively, bishop f4 to prepare e5, or bishop g5 to target e7. But what are you gonna do? The problem is this Banco, in a way it's a great equalizer, not that it equalizes the position, but it makes it so much easier for black to blitz out moves. Well, it's much harder to play with white. It's one reason why I generally try to avoid it in blitz games. Like, I think objectively white is a bit better in the Banco, because I'm a believer in pawn grabbing, but these Banco structures, they're easier to play with black than with white, especially in blitz. You just make moves like, yeah, stuff he's doing, and you can't go too wrong. Well, with white, you gotta be a bit more careful to stabilize everything. However, if I manage to get him b3 and then maybe reshuffle my knight to c4, my advantage will become quite significant. Here comes the knight again. Careful not to blunder any rook a4s. Let's use this bishop for some honest work for a change. Didn't get much done over there. Gonna need some kind of plan at some point. But f6 at least gives me some more targets to work with. Maybe on the king side here, queen g4, queen e6, h4, h5. Some more ideas start appearing. Still, Yapper 10 has played very well so far, generated all this typical vulgar counterplay, and the job won't be easy. It's time to do something active. Maybe I'll go here and see what happens. See, one active move and you get great rewards. Questions about tuk-tuk drivers. No bigger fan of the tuk-tuk drivers than me. They're all insane. It's a beautiful thing. And I mean insane as a total compliment in this case. Alright, let's play against... Who do I click on? Tommy Kaka. What's up, Mr. Tommy? Tommy boy. Where's he from? From Argentina. Goes e4. Another e4, e5. No one ever plays a Scotch. I should probably stop pre-moving ed4 every game, hoping for one. But I will continue our little theme tournament of this b5, bishop c5 stuff, even though my position earlier against Mr. Sanchez Millones was not what you dream of. I think I was fine out the opening. This is all theory. Not sure what they do here. I guess bishop e3 is the main move. d5, knight e5 should be pretty harmless. But Tommy is in the mood for simplifications. Can we blame him? Not the most exciting of positions now. Can I go for tricks? Or will these tricks backfire? Could backfire. So what do I do? I'll go for this, but I have a... Oh no, it was a bad move. Bishop e6 do I have to play? Why have I done this? Why do I make all these terrible moves? Now this is what I was hoping for. But bishop e... But knight f3 immediately was much stronger. Because here... I have to figure this out. But I at least had some hope that I could bury this bishop alive. Problem is I have to make quite a few concessions to do so, but I feel it's probably worth it. We'll see. To exchange rooks first? Probably. Huh? Oh no, then he can take on f7. Not sure. My point is, yeah, I have to make some ugly moves and concede some white squares, light squares, but this bishop on g3 really does not have a great future in this pawn structure after I go f6. It will have a very hard time freeing himself. So I felt it was worth the temporary unpleasantness, because whenever I stabilize here, I will be playing with an extra piece pretty much. So yeah, this dude does not have a lot to do here. Let's rule out h4, not that it changes that much, but can't hurt. I'm very happy to exchange whatever you want, Tommy. Because, as mentioned, this guy is a bit of a non-show. Let's extend the grave. Now, all I need is to find a way to use my knight on the queen side. Ideally, without blundering all my pawns on the queen side before that. He's playing this as if he has a fortress, but I strongly doubt it. There are all these sophisticated Zugzwang techniques and all that stuff. No, I don't even know if I want to take the pawn on f2. Should it be up for grabs? Probably I do, because it's gonna limit the number of moves he has. And the jail still remains intact. I want to keep the jail, so I'll go king a4. Try to take this pawn with the king. And Tommy resigns. Yeah, remember that construction. That's a very, very dangerous thing to get this pawn structure with the bishop trapped in there. So you want to avoid that by all means. There is some classic, I think it's a Capablanca game. I don't know. So yeah, you don't want that to happen. And if it happens, you should not exchange pieces, but try to simplify. No, try to complicate things. Let's play n3 something. n3 b1 r0s. Time to fianchetto Mr. Bishop. And good old Grunfeld. Haven't played the Grunfeld for a while. e3 is not the most aggressive treatment. It's fine though. I will play aggressively. And now it looks like we're headed for some, what do we call this? Reverse Tarrasch position. Oh no, he goes knight takes d4, not e d4. Knight d4 is a bit more solid. Probably also fine. I'm not sure if knight c6 is the best way to handle this, but it looks perfectly fine. If cd knight d5, knight c6, bc, my pawn structure looks a bit broken, but the black activity tends to more than compensate for that. Now it almost looks like he played the Grunfeld and I was white, because we have a bit of a reverse Grunfeld structure, but his bishop was on e2, where it's a lot less active than on g2, so I should be doing pretty well here. I want to go d4 or bishop f5, bishop d3. Any achievements to be made there? Maybe not. I'm unsure about d4 though. He takes and goes knight a4. Doesn't look like it gets me all that much. I'll go here anyway. And go for lethal attack, or cheapos as I like to call them. Cheapos. King h2 was overcautious. He had to take on d5 and try to weather the storm. Now it's checkmate-ish. Someone's pointing out the game I was referring to. Winter Capablanca. Yeah, that's a good thing about these classical games. They often show the plans in a more pure version. And once you've seen the idea, you know not to have your bishop get stuck there, if you can avoid it by any means. I'll try to find another newcomer. Here we go. Little Aris from Paraguay. And this is my last game before my next break. So if you wanna go get a coffee or make a phone call or whatever, then and you are worried that you're gonna miss me picking you while you're gone, now you have a window of like 15 minutes to get it done. But I shall crush Little Aris with a 4-pawn attack. That at least is the plan. All good old 4-pawn attack theory. Problem with the 4-pawn attack is it's not a very good opening. Both rook e8 and bishop g4 are perfectly fine for white, for black. Rook e8 at least are very entertaining lines. D, E, F, E, knight g4 and some madness, bishop g5 or e6. The problem is, yeah, they don't work so well for white, especially under the cold, heartless eyes of modern computers. But they're fun. I guess all of this is theory, I can't remember if you're supposed to go castles or queen d2. None of it really works for white, unfortunately. But as mentioned, it is fun. I hope I won't just blitz out a couple moves and then resign, which could very well happen. But it's gonna be great fun. Fun, fun, fun. Bishop d7. That does not strike me as strictly necessary. And I will continue playing completely opposed to my normal style. I'm gonna give him all my pawns and hope to somehow checkmate him. Trying to calculate stuff like queen b2, but I'm stuck at queen b2. So the calculating bit has not proceeded very far yet. Bunch of interesting moves then, but I can't calculate any of them. Knight f6, knight e7, rook b1, knight e5 first. Who knows? Still no progress made in the trying to calculate department. But it looks like little Aris fell asleep a little bit. I think you gotta take on b2, good or bad. What else is there? And if it's the only move, you might as well make it quickly and then see what happens. At least that's my usual approach. Still don't have a clue what to do. There's just too many options. Knight c7, knight e7, rook b1. So I'll just randomly choose one of them. Rook b1, the problem is I spotted this actually, that he can go knight f3, bishop f3, queen d4 check. And the queens disappear from the board. But I thought even without queens I had pretty decent compensation here for the 18 pawns I sacrificed. But probably not how you're supposed to get the most out of this position. Bishop a4, that's a surprise, but maybe a good move too. What do I do? So many options. I have a feeling I'm not playing this violently enough. And yeah, getting back the exchange is probably not what should be the priority here. But okay, gotta make choices. He resigns. Why would you resign here, little Aris? Just take back on e8. The game is in full swing. Rook b7, maybe I'm slightly better, but you have what, 2 pawns for the exchange or something? Like, absolutely no reason to resign, so that's confusing. And yeah, as announced, break time. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I haven't kept track of how many hours we're in. I tried to clumsily calculate it earlier. I have a feeling there's still 40 hours left, but I could be off by 10 hours, give or take. See you guys soon. Thanks for watching the show. Here we go again. New coffee, new hope. Let's hope the force awakens. But I doubt it, since now we're approaching 2 a.m. This is normally the point where I'm deadest. I don't go to sleep early, but normally I go to sleep around 2. So it's gonna be a tough hour. And after that, hopefully, I'll get a second wind that is gonna take me till 6 a.m. At least that is what I'm telling myself right now. Getting a little sleepy. So let's restart. With Akai 11, premium member from the United Kingdom. What time is it in the UK? It's an hour earlier than here? I guess so. What haven't I played? I haven't played the Scotch on this program yet. And if Gary does it, how bad can be? D6 is not the most critical test. Gotta take on D4 immediately. D6 is not bad, but I have many ways to get a slight advantage against that. Bishop B5, Bishop C4, Knight C3, DE5 even. So I would prefer the immediate E takes D4. Let's go for early action. I don't think this is a particularly good decision, to be honest with you. But I felt like, I don't know what I felt like. Felt like playing badly probably, because that's what I did. DE5 is not the way to handle this. I'll just bishop takes E4 and black should be fine. Bishop B4 makes sense, but it allows me to keep my pawn. You should never allow me to keep my pawns. Just take this guy. What's the worst thing that could happen? Well, now if I manage to consolidate, which I think I will, I'll be a healthy pawn up. Oh man, I really am sleepy. Gotta sit upright and work through it. GM Scuzzball wonders, is this live? It's probably like 10-20 seconds delayed, but it's as live as it gets in a post-Janet Jackson world. That's what we're dealing with. Not the cruelest punishment for Mr. Akai. Somehow, yeah. Whomever I'm playing, it tends to come down to an endgame where I'm stuff up. And I'll probably grind it out. See, I'm putting myself to sleep. This helps. Art of grabbing pawns. And then some more pawns. No, I'm not a football guy. The only sport I follow closely is the NBA, where the Warriors fortunately made it to the finals, which I think start the day after tomorrow. So very much looking forward to that, but nah, don't follow football much. I used to, because I'm German. We all grew up with it, but nah, it's not my game. Nothing much happens. 1-1 after 90 minutes. What's the point? Let's see how much coffee I can drink without going totally insane. We'll find out. I know I have a great capacity for taking pawns at any time of the day. My capacity for staying awake is being severely challenged right now. Break didn't help to get me more awake. Come on, coffee. Do your magic, sweet caffeine. As for the game, yeah, I'm a rook and a bunch of pawns up, so my chances are quite good, and therefore Akai 11 does resign. Let's play someone else. What about GM Scuzzball? The French. It's one of these openings that even e4 players don't seem to fully understand. So me, as a normally non-e4 player, is probably even less capable here. But what to do? You make moves and stuff, I guess. Is this theory? Supposed to go knight a4? Ah, no. Looks strange already. We'll see. This looks vaguely familiar. I'm not sure if it's theory, but I've seen similar things being played. Don't really understand what's going on. My knight is dumb, but if the position stabilizes, I should be doing alright. a5, do I go b5 or not? b5 restricts a lot of his pieces, also gives up some squares. Pros and cons. I could also go knight b5, but it feels a bit like an empty move. I guess I'll go b5. Bishop c5. I like bishops. Don't have to ask me twice about giving me a bishop for a measly knight. Even though it's not such a bad knight once it arrives to e4, I will admit that much. f6 is trying to take the fight to me. Not a bad idea. Way too sleepy to calculate any lines. And a little concerned about opening the position with my king in the center. So, what options do I have? Not sure. This doesn't feel right. But I couldn't come up with anything smarter. In the heat of the moment, probably f6 is critical, but didn't want to open things up. James Scuzzball putting pressure. He's bringing the ruckus. Let's see if he follows through super aggressively with rook takes f3. It's a possibility. It doesn't kill me. But it's certainly an option. Queen d8, too deep for me. Whatever, I'll castle. See what happens. Rook f5, what's that about? I don't know. I'll try to open things up a little bit, even though that also opens up this diagonal for his bishop. But Queen e8 seems to be overdoing it. Play bishop b7, Scuzzball. He's trying to somehow checkmate me, but it doesn't look like there's enough attackers in the area to make that a reality. Yeah, things haven't gone well for James Gusball after an interesting opening. Now my pieces have made their dominance felt. This is a check. Not sure why I didn't play d8. Goes to show you my mental state, but okay, it won't change the outcome. Rook a8. Yay me. Whom else do we have around here? A lot of new arrivals. That's great to see. Still got company in the middle of the night. But, whom of you guys have I not played? Something's wrong. Can't scroll anymore. Why can't I scroll? It's all going nuts. I'll click somewhere, but something feels wrong. Maybe I overstretched the list by scrolling around too much. Now I clicked on like 18 different names. Let's hope I get to play one of them. Here we are against Kenyak. Now the Scandinavian. Go away, Queen. You're way too centralized. Queen a5 is the old school Scandinavian treatment. Nowadays, Queen d8 and Queen d6 have become just as popular. This stuff, yeah, not booked up to the eyeballs since I am not an e4 player, but I remember some things from the old days. Or do I? I don't remember that much. Is this all typical Scandinavian activity? Paranormal activity? I don't know. Can I do this or is this bad? Maybe Queen c7 was directed against this. Doesn't look that great, frankly. If he just takes, knight takes, bishop takes, knight c6. I haven't really achieved anything. Or e6. I wanted to go queen b5 check, but that also doesn't seem to be all that promising. Can't see anything better now, though. Oh boy, I'm falling asleep. Must stay awake. Must make moves. Maybe this move. In order to stop myself from falling asleep, what's better than an incorrect sacrifice to get my juices flowing? Doesn't look correct to me at all. Maybe attacking players would feel different about it. And Kenyak is believing my nonsense and he ignores the sacrifice. You know what? I'll give you another chance. Just take it. It's really not that dangerous. No, it might be a little more dangerous, but still not very. You should never take me at my word, because at my core, all I am is a humble pawn grabber who wants to have an extra pawn and then try to convert it. That's all there is to it. Even though there might even be some compensation for it with all of my awkwardness. Bishop g5. The awkwardness of my pieces, not mine. Me, I'm just sleepy. Pawn up, must exchange things, must win pawn ending. Deep grandmasterly insights as you have grown accustomed to on this program. Must centralize queen. Must give back rank mate if possible. Must stop speaking in complete sentences. Must take more pawns. Slightly worried about blundering some back rank mate, but not worried enough not to grab pawns. It's not very subtle, Kenyak. And Kenyak resigned after I parried his mating threat. 3 pawns are 3 pawns, so can't blame him. Okay, I've reached peak sleepiness. I will fight with this list again. Try to find someone new. Mr. Putrov. How do you pronounce that? Potrov? Putro? I guess Putrov. Where's he from? From France. The Slav. It's time for the exchange Slav. It's that time of the day. Which is a lot more venomous than people think. Or at least that's what I think. Is this theory? He's blitzing this out as if this would make any sense. Scaring me. Maybe it is theory. Even in the exchange Slav, people know more stuff than me these days. That is very worrying. What options do I have? I can't see anything but EF6, unfortunately. Looks like this is theory. He's playing it like it makes sense. So I guess I'll just grab pawns as usual, yeah? Very impressive. Pre-move display by Mr. Putrov. Maybe as compensation for the pawn, but I'm still surprised he's playing this as if it was the refutation of the exchange Slav. Do I want to go F3 or not? Maybe I do. There is some compensation. I won't deny it. Rook C8, E3, B5, or E4, B5. I'm not sure I'll be able to hang on to the extra pawn, but I'll certainly try. See, 2 can play the pre-move game. I'm guessing he can play the staying awake game better than me though. C3 check, did not see that one coming. No, I don't care. Get out the way. Yeah, sorry for the slightly less enthusiastic commentary, as mentioned. This is trying to stay awake time. We might get past this. Might. Looks like I've more or less consolidated my extra pawn. Still won't be easy to convert it into A full point for the good guys, but still a pretty decent outcome of the opening. You don't see that often. 2 bishop endgame. I don't know if it's winning or not. I guess he has decent drawing chances. The material is very reduced. But I'm the side with more pawns. That's all I need to be happy. I won't be discouraged from doing pawn grabbing just because it's doubled. Whatever we call those things, doubled H pawn. Still, the material is so reduced that this might be very drawish, I'll admit that. But I'll still win it somehow. At least that's the plan. It might not be so drawish. I do have ideas at the very least. Oh, he has ideas too? We can't both have ideas. I've bungled it. Okay, bishop h6 is nice, but just bishop e7 back, and it looks like I wouldn't be able to keep that. Well, this looks fairly hopeless between you and me. I haven't had to mate with 2 bishops for a while, but I guess it can't be that hard. And Putrov trusts my 2 bishop mating skills because his king is kind of in the corner, and resigns. Interesting game there, and learned a new exchange Slav line. Another new face on the scene, M. Doherty. Probably new to chess, judging by his rating, but you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Especially these days where you're reading books on Kindle. You can't judge them by the covers, because you don't have covers anymore. Let's see how M. Doherty feels about the Evans Gambit. I guess I should try to look in the general direction of the camera once in a while, but I'm not sure you guys want to see my sleep-deprived eyes. Oh, we have makeup in the studio. Probably leftovers from Miss Strategy and Miss Tactics. Maybe it's time to apply some makeup. How do you do this? I'm gonna pretend like I've never done this before, even though we all know that's what I do. Is this theory? How did this go? This is the line they're playing, right? Queen b3, queen d7, de, bishop b6, and black is fine, something like this. Not sure this is gonna make me look more awake, but it smells weird too. So it looks like we are playing a trendy Evans Gambit theoretical line here. Queen d7, de, bishop b6, as mentioned, is I believe where it's at. Not sure why they don't go queen e7. I guess there's tactical problems because of d5 and some queen a4 check or queen b5 check. Picking up poor Mr. Bishop. A lot of traps in the gambit. Gimme. Tempting to grab this guy, but then rook c8 would actually win the bishop. So sometimes one has to channel one's greed. c6. Piece is a piece, as we say in the Grandmaster fraternity meetings. Still, M. Doherty, after losing that piece, which wasn't that easy to see, so I can't give him that much crap for it, has done pretty well to stay in the game. Still, it's gonna be a problem long term. I might blunder my queen on the way. dc6 was just a reflex because I saw this rook was under attack. But it is a fair point that knight takes c6 does attack the queen on a5. Deep thoughts. Whoa, he's going for it. I'm going for it too. Gimme. I have to find the strength not to get checkmated on the g file. Which should be possible. Yeah, as mentioned, good job by M. Doherty fighting back, but team grabbing material is gonna get this one once again. Team staying awake is seriously struggling though. It's not even that late for my standards. 2 p.m. 2 a.m. 2 p.m. isn't that late. Looks like M. Doherty has pretty sound chess reflexes. I'm not sure why his rating is so low. Like, okay, his position is not very good, but in general, the intentions behind his moves are clear and decent. Maybe he has to respect his lady a little more. But overall, I think there's potential there. And M. Doherty resigns, ran out of resources here. And let's try to play Mr. Habit Noir, who's up to no good, as his username tells all of us. Goes e4. Good old Sicilian. Oh, isn't this the nonsense I've been doing? I've played this a bit. It's not very good, and I've said that much too. But it's not too bad either. With white you can do whatever you like, really. I'll get some pieces out. Thought it was clever to put my bishop outside of the pawn chain, even though sometimes his bishop ends up looking very silly on g6. So nothing's free. a6 just so after d5. You can't go bishop b5. I don't want to help him coordinate by taking on f3, but that allows expansion with g4. Queen e1 looks a bit artificial, so it's my turn to expand a little by going d5. Guess he doesn't want to take on d5, but go bishop a2 immediately. Yep, that's probably a good decision. when, once again, I'll play the greediest move available. Going after the pawn. O Limit or Zero Limit is claiming I played Bishop c4 against him yesterday. Yeah, I do that sometimes in Blitz, because you don't need to know anything and you get sort of a decent position, but I'm not really recommending it. Recommending Bishop b5 check or d4. As always, main lines are main lines for a reason. Here I'm a pawn up, here's the two bishops, and fair piece play. But pawn is a pawn. Yeah, we're approaching the more fun part of this program, where I might literally fall asleep. Come on, Portana, I thought you had discussed my non-premium answering question policy with yourself already. Go premium and I'll be much more happy to answer all your opening questions. Still not that happy, but chances increase. Not sure about my chances in this game. Sorry for the constant plugging. I don't dislike any of you non-premium members, and I fully understand. But we gotta keep the lights burning. So you're helping us out, and you're helping us to keep doing things like sleep depriving ourselves, which I'm sure is great entertainment for everybody. Yeah, I should become a marketing guy. I feel that's my true calling. Self-deprecating, passive-aggressive marketing. Don't checkmate me, Habit Noir. I don't like getting checkmated. MGTOW's favorite movie is Lawrence of Arabia. I think I have Lawrence of Arabia, but every time I'm wondering if I should start watching that to educate myself on the classics, I'm thinking, nah. Too long, probably too slow. I'm sure it's a great movie, but I just haven't found the strength to watch it yet. One day. Put it on the to-do list again. What have I been watching? I haven't talked a lot to you guys about TV shows. I haven't watched that many, but there's always something I watch. So let me think. Seen The People versus, is that what it's called? Yeah, American crime story. People versus O.J. Simpson. I think that's what it's called. It's an excellent show. Highly recommended. Guessing you're familiar with the story, but it's well done. Great actors. And yeah, it's targeting a lot of very complicated topics of debate. So I found it very interesting, very thought-provoking. Didn't have any thoughts, but I thought someone smart would like really have deep thoughts about this show. So I liked it. Then I've watched, well, it's one of my favorite shows that not a lot of people know about, a little show called You're the Worst. I think it's fantastic. I guess it's a comedy officially. That's really, it's just a good show. There's humor, there's drama, tragedy. There's people I can relate to. Which always scares me a little bit, because every review I read it's like two unlikable narcissists, sociopaths. Well, I think those are perfectly normal people. So food for thought for me there. But seriously, You're the Worst. Season 1 and Season 2 are both fantastic, and I enjoyed them greatly and recommend them to everybody. Other TV, I've mentioned Rick and Morty, but you need to be a bit of a sicko to like Rick and Morty. Big Rick and Morty fan, but it's a weirdish cartoon. It's like Futurama if Futurama was better and darker. So, yeah, I'm a convert to the Rick and Morty religion for sure. I haven't watched Silicon Valley. People tell me it's good. I've never seen it. Should give it a shot one day. Yeah, I'm watching Game of Thrones, as we all do. But I'm not sure all you guys are up to date, so I won't give any spoilers. Just gotta watch it. Not much to talk about there. What else is there? No, I've been so focused on basketball that I've only watched like 18 shows over the last couple days. Can I take, or is there knight e6 troubles looming? Can't calculate. Guess I'll take like this. Not taking a pawn would be asking too much. Thinking about the wonderful TV show's universe, but no, I think that sums it up. Yeah, Rick and Morty is good stuff. Should get some Rick and Morty t-shirts for these shows. Whoa, who's this guy? 2600. That's probably not a very wise choice at this time of day. But Thanasis Serentadakis, he comes from Greece. He has a thirst for knowledge. Good old Quincy Tunemzo. Let's see what he's up to. I guess on chess24, b6 is a lot more popular than any other place in the world, but it looks like he's going for the real deal. These sharp lines with d5, cd, ed, bishop g5, which I covered in my series. Maybe I recommended bishop f4. I think I recommended bishop f4 actually. Can never remember my own series, so yeah, check it out if you want to know what I recommended and what I can't remember. Now, though, that he's played all these slowish moves like c6, h6, I feel like I have a pretty decent version of whatever we want to call this, once again, Carlsbad structure, where the bishop isn't doing too much on b4. If you go for this d5, cd, ed, normally you want to follow it up with g5, c5, more insane aggression. Still not sure if I'll manage to play any decent moves that make this relevant, but for now I like my position. I have a choice between going knight f3 and knight e2. Knight e2 sort of looks normal here since he still has his bishop on b4. And I guess aggressively minded people would play long castles here, but of course I will do no such thing. Knight f8. Good thing is knight g6 is not a topic of conversation here. Okay, time to clarify this bishop's intentions. That's what I expected. Unfortunately, I'm way too sleepy to calculate stuff like random move like e4, bishop takes h2, king h2, knight g4 check. That scares me. Should have thought about this before, I guess, but I didn't. So I'll do it now. Takes queen f6, e4, de, knight e4, queen somewhere. Yeah, I don't have much there. So I guess I have to go here, but I don't like it. Yeah, could have done better than this. Bishop g3 voluntarily is a bit sad. I couldn't figure out anything smarter. Happy to play f3 though. Gonna try to make this bishop look misplaced. Not sure if I'll succeed, but I'll try. He's probably thinking about rook e3, which I haven't thought about. So if he's thinking about it, that makes one of us. No, he plays this, which I had thought about. Thing is, after knight f4, the rook e3 topic pops up again. But okay, it's only one pawn he gets, so it wouldn't be too bad. And yeah, this bishop is still a little funny. g4 might be a move soon. So I'm probably doing alrightish. Of course, should any tactics arise, I'll be in real big trouble. And I'm a bit concerned about going g4, bishop g4, fg, knight g4, because it looks messy. And I can't calculate a move ahead. But I'll think about that when we get there. I would go something like rook c8, hinting at c5, and then after g4, just bite the bullet. He goes g5. Interesting. He got worried about the g4 threat. I guess I have to take something. Not sure what. Both knight e6 and knight h5 have their pros and cons. Choices. Who doesn't hate choices? I just can't make a decision. How hard can it be? Decide. Do something. Feeling I took the wrong decision between you and me. This knight on e6 is too well placed. What to do? Knight g7 is the correct move, which he of course comes up with. Yeah, I haven't extracted the max out of this position. But what to do? Back to the roots, try to grab some pawns and hope I don't do too much damage to my poor position in the meantime. Pawn grabbing operation completed. Not a lot of damage done yet, but more decisions ahead. Who doesn't hate decisions? Not sure this was a good decision already. Queen g6, he wants an endgame. I love endgames with extra pawns. Might have been a good choice objectively though, gotta admit that much, because it feels a bit drawish, this position. Okay, 6, very subtle. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Probably I shouldn't have been that excited about going for the endgame and looked for objectively stronger continuation. Because yeah, I'm playing this terribly. Oh boy. Why do I always go for endgames and then misplay them terribly? Who enjoys those things? Where do I want my king? I read somewhere that in endgames you want your king in the center. It probably was a wise man who wrote that, so I'll follow suit. Run, Forest. This looks winning-ish, doesn't it? Looks winning-ish to me. It's not a very fair race. Come on, Thanasis, what do you expect to happen between you and me? What are you hoping for here? And he resigns. Exciting. Whom else is here? Casillas 64, which is either an Iker Casillas fan or a fan of the fact that the board has 64 squares. And since he's from Argentina, he's probably not an Iker Casillas fan, but just a chess fan. All these London systems, it's really a new curse we're dealing with. I'll blitz out these moves as if they made sense. Nothing I haven't seen before. It's easy to play, probably that's why I like. So blitz out bishop d1 and bishop c2. Why not? That's all kind of equal. I'm just making moves quickly, really. Don't have any deep plans associated with anything I'm doing, but it's hard to believe I'm worse with a pawn so far advanced. Maybe I should have spent like 1 second thinking about if my pawn is actually doing anything. Should I reach a2? But who has the time to spend that whole second on such petty considerations? When you can just blitz out moves, pretend this is a bullet game. Isn't that a lot more exciting? Casilla 64 resigns. I outblitzed him, but also it's hard to find a defense to knight a4 and grabbing b2. Thanks for the game. And it's our friend One Tough Gustafsson, which sounds very close to Jan Gustafsson. So I'm flattered. Too sleepy to show the full extent of my flatteredness, whatever the word is. But flattered I am. Flattered enough to unleash the Trompovsky, saying he has a toothbrush in his mouth right now. Thanks for sharing that information. Knight d5, very deep. Don't care. Castles might have been a mistake. With hindsight. Sorry, my creative friend. This did not start so well. And even though I'm piece up and I should just get pieces out. Can't help myself. Keep grabbing pawns. Looks like an exchange French where one of the pieces hasn't been exchanged but been handed to me. So it's probably pretty good exchange French. Too late at night for bishop g4 surprises. Once again, I'm doing my best to misplay a piece up position. But those tend to offer fair margins for error. That's the good thing about being a whole piece up. Correction, about being 2 pieces up. And 2 pieces are too many, therefore the tough goose son does resign. I'd say good game, but I think you're probably not too happy with that game. Oh, and more very strong opponents have waited for my sleepiest moments and are coming out of the woodworks. Nom Dune Pipe from Armenia, 2646. Let's see what he's up to. Must focus. Maybe must not focus since dude is not here. Must count down. 5, 4. Ah, there he goes. Was this a 3-minute game? What is this, a London system theme tournament? What is happening? What has the world come to when everybody plays the London system? I'm a little concerned about knight c6, dc5, so I'll start with this, but I guess it's gonna come down to the same position we just had. At least I just practiced it a game ago. So I'll blitz out the same random moves I blitzed out then. I refuse to think. Not just in this game, but that's more of a general life statement. Let's fix this pawn before it gets too far into my space. I need my space. Gonna put the knight here. Now what to do? I want a rook on the, what do we call this, the B file. So I'll try to get one there. Even if it takes some artificial maneuvering. Can I take? Is there any tricks? Can't see tricks. I take. You can take on B3. Not such a tough trick to spot. Hang on though. Maybe I have some counter tricks. Maybe not. We'll find out sooner or later. As long as I don't have to think, I'm game for anything. Think. So hard to keep count of the pawns. I should be winning material here somehow. I can't quite figure out how, but I should be. Something should come my way. I deserve good things to come my way. Not sure I do. What was my plan? I had some plan. Probably was to try to grab pawns. That's normally my plan. Looks like my plan didn't quite materialize because bishop c3, rook c2 is a bit of a problem. So I have to change plans and accept I might have bungled a very nice position and it's now just equal. That's sad. I also miscounted and now it's not equal anymore. Now I'm worse. This is getting pathetic. Guess I can't really go for the pawn ending with a clear conscience. So we gotta keep grinding this weird rook endgame. Where here, as I mentioned, I'm not better anymore because I'm stupid. And there is a price to pay for stupidity in this world. Not in this world, maybe. On this chessboard. No draw. You're in Zugzwang, sir. That was a weird draw offer. Yeah, enough London systems. Play something else, guys. I've proven I'm not scared of the London system yet. Sure, that's gonna change at some point. Let's play Gek04. Gecko 4? I don't know. I need more coffee coming in soon. Looks like Gek04 is not here. If he's not here, I'll get coffee. Even if he's here after this game, I'm getting more coffee. So once again, if you want to take a break or if you want to take like a 15-minute power nap, now's your chance. Looks like he tricked me into the exchange Slav. But I like the exchange Slav. What are we talking about? I haven't read much chat. Earth is flat. Come on, everybody knows the Earth is flat. Antarctica is a state of mind. I can't follow you guys. You're probably saying smart stuff. It's all way over my head at this time of day. My thinking is like, oh, he pinned my knight. Must unpin. Must get pieces out. Must get more coffee. Gek04 hanging in there so far, even though there hasn't been a lot of contact between enemy lines, so I can't credit him too much yet for it. But I will try to establish said contact soon, and then we'll see what Gek04 is made of. As they say, my only weakness is hungry and sleepy. Good old wisdom always applies. Timeless. What's going on here? Stop confusing me, Gecko. Peace up. Peace out. I like my new sleepy strategy of playing extra fast. I believe that puts a lot of pressure on my opponents and it reduces my margin for error because there is no chance of me overthinking things. I guess I forgot about the banter part of the Banterthon. But I've been doing a lot of toning, so it's not all bad. And I did manage to grab enough of Gecko's pieces to bully him into resignation. I will get more See, I can't even say coffee anymore. More coffee supply. Thank you guys for sticking around. Good news for me is I only got 3.5 hours to go tonight. So, how hard can that be? See you guys soon. Thanks for watching. Here we go again. Night shift number 2. Only number 2? Feels like number 8, but it's only number 2. Night shift number 2 of our Banterthon. It is 3 a.m. almost in Hamburg, Germany, where I'm hanging out in the office. Barely able to speak anymore, but still able to crush all of you. Hopefully, even though my calculating has suffered a bit as well. We're gonna play against French for the win. Not gonna be a French though. Gonna be boring crap. I've played this dude before. Can't remember what he's up to. Shady Queen's Gambits. Oh no, he's a disciple of mine. He studied the Vienna video series. And no way I can find the courage to play anything exciting. Or can I? Must think of sneaky sideline. It's a 3-man game. No time for sneaky sidelines. I gave this, but I gave c6 in my series here. Queen c4, b5, queen d3 with a very weird position. So let's see what French FTW is up to. I disconnected. I didn't disconnect. I'm right here. Tells me I disconnected. Scary. And we're back. Knight c6. I don't know this move. Looks weird. I'll play e3. Why not e3? I guess we should d7. Queen c4, knight b4, queen b3, c5 or something. Maybe e3 is not the most critical approach. Maybe e4 was better. What do I know? Must drink coffee without spilling. Quite a challenge. Bishop d6, fair enough. Guess I should develop as well. And also guessing that e5 is coming. Winter is coming. I don't have anything after e5, do I? Can't see anything that excites me. So I'll grab some space. No. No, I don't know. Develop, maybe? Am I blundering things? I should double check. Nah. Not gonna be able to do it. I have a feeling I'm blundering something, but I can't quite see what. So that's both good and bad news, I guess. And I'm also not sure if French FTW has connection problems or what happened there earlier, because I am up a healthy amount of time on the clock, which fills my heart with great joy. Theon, great joy. Yeah. Okay, 8 to have to defend that dude. Now let's do something active instead. Doesn't do anything after 95, frankly. Hang on, I should try to calculate this. d1, knight c4, knight c4, knight e4, and I don't have tricks. That's too bad. I have to play something dumb like rook e1. I don't like it. I have a feeling I'm very close to blundering a piece all over the place. Must not blunder pieces. Very hard not to blunder all my pieces. But so far I'm doing a commendable job of not losing tons of material. I'm not better, but can't have everything. I also shouldn't think forever. I should make random moves. That's more suited to my style than thinking. Still have absolutely nothing. Actually, I'm worse now. After some expertly bad play. Don't know what to do either. So many problems. Yeah, I didn't fully think this through. But what did you expect? That's a check. Oh, he wants to checkmate me. Don't checkmate me, sir. I am a bunch of pawns up in this rook ending. That's normally a good thing. Drama, baby. And I think that French FTW, or me, or both of us, had some connection problems, which maybe affected his time in the beginning. Sorry about that. And as for the game, yeah, I didn't play very well, but faster. Faster Adams. Let's play Cyrano, not de Bergerac, but 33-33. Are you here, Cyrano? Maybe he's not here. Where you at, Mr. Cyrano 333? Must abort. Whom else can we possibly play? As debates. Not sure what to debate with him, but we'll find something, I'm sure. Probably some boring e4, e5 opening. What about this move? Not a move I've ever studied, but you know, how bad can it be and all that. He can take one of my pawns, which in general I don't enjoy, but if he has to give me the bishops and some open files and whatnot. Once again, how bad can it be? I've never seen this knight bd2 move. Normally they try some weird stuff with queen d3, queen c4, knight c3, knight d5. Now my position looks kind of acceptable, I guess. Shouldn't blunder this bishop. Ah, that's the way we're headed. So for some reason I was expecting him to take on c6, which would have been worse, but this is a better move. When I have to be a bit more humble and fight for the privilege to castle, which I'm being granted now. I'll get out of this diagonal just in case it turns out to be useful. I'm weirdly tempted to go bishop g4. Not sure that does anything for me. But since I am tempted to do it, I will give in to that temptation. He unpins. I'm weirdly tempted to play this move. And whatever weirdly tempts me shall be done. With a very heavy heart, I'm going to give up this bishop. Just to have a square to put my queen on. As debates, playing well so far. He's maybe slightly better, or maybe it's equal, or whatever. Maybe I'm fine. It's one of those things. King h2, too deep for me. I'll bring this knight over and try not to blunder my queen once it arrives on g6. I have some knight g4s, should I ever need them, but for now they don't seem to do much for me. I just told myself try not to blunder my queen. After bishop f6, rook f6, or even bishop e6, I have to be a little careful with Her Majesty over there. Listen to me. Note to self. Listen to yourself. Yeah, this has been unfortunate, because now g4 is a threat I have to respect. So I guess I have to go for this, which is not a structure change I was looking forward to making. Still alright, but didn't want to do this. Alright, I'll leave. Nah, you go away. D8 looks a bit passive. Knight g4, king g1 doesn't do anything. What about this? Queen d6, knight e4. Not so clear. Alright, I'll go passive. Weird move though, shouldn't have done this. Dislike this decision already. e5, I still have knight g4 check. That's the good thing. Still not a particularly exciting position, but at least I'll be pawn up in a not particularly exciting position. I won't blunder mate on h7, so don't even bother. He bothers anyway. Told you I wouldn't do it. At least I am playing quickly. Can't take this? I could take this. I'm not sure what the verdict is. Since I don't want any tough decisions, I won't take it. Just go away. Probably, objectively, it was best to take. Two rooks should be stronger than the queen there, but I wasn't sure enough. Yeah, sorry for my very sleepy state. Not sure anything can be done about that for a while, but I believe I'm gonna make a great comeback in like 1 hour. That's the plan. Don't really have a plan here, but who needs plans anyway when you have an extra pawn? You want to have an e-file discussion. Do I care about that discussion? Yeah, I'll pretend to join in for a moment. Did I blunder f4? What if blundered f4? That would be a pity. This move I saw, or I thought I saw, but not sure I've made any progress here. I'm also not sure I can win these bishop endgames after queen d3, but I guess I'm gonna have to try. I have a feeling all pawns are gonna disappear though, and it might be a draw. Try to discourage him from going c4, which is my main concern. Bring the king. He should go h4. He does go h4. That's too bad. Starting to feel very drawish, this position. Oh, the king goes that way. That gives me new hope. But he changed his mind, which is a pity. Now did I manage to overload his forces finally? I think so, but yeah, the problem is there's a lot of pawns that can be grabbed on my side of the board as well. So I'm still not so sure I'm winning. Probably I'm not winning, actually, if we're being completely honest with ourselves. Not sure though. I have 2 extra pawns. Honestly don't know what the evaluation is here. Now I'm winning, but not sure I was all the way. Sorry, as debates, another good game by him. This guy is always playing well, if I remember things correctly. Can't say I'm playing very well, but interesting struggle, the beautiful struggle. Let's play Nicky Riga, who you might think is from Latvia, but he's actually from Greece. Caro-Can. Gonna play the pawn off. It doesn't look like a pawn off guy. Knight c3 is a move I always dislike. If you want to play a quiet position, play bishop d3, c3 and that stuff. But no reason to put your knight on c3. It's not a great square for it. Blocks your c-pawn from going to c4 or c3. And you want this pawn to be able to go places, see the world, at least see the 4th rank. Well, with the knight on c3, his future earning potential is greatly limited. I could probably already go pawn hunting with queen b6 or bishop f3 and then queen b6, but I decided to finish development first and now go pawn hunting. Wasn't exactly expert timing. After knight e2, queen b2, rook eb1, I guess he's kind of okay. Bishop e3 also looks like a legal move. And I might have to do something I hate doing, just to not grab the pawn. Knight a5, he can just go b3. I was hoping bishop b4 would do something for me, but it really doesn't because of a3. So yeah, I haven't done this particularly well. Still, I'm not worse, so it's all alright. Now bishop b4 is a bit of a threat, so you better address that, I guess. Knight a4. He goes there, and I go here. He will go here, I will go here, and then we will take stock. Okay, he goes there, I go here. I think about knight d5, but then decide that I don't care. Should have cared because it's winning a pawn, but I decided I didn't. That's kind of a dumb blunder to make. Didn't see that, but knight d5, bishop b4. Oh no, sorry, not bishop b4, knight b4. That was my first thought, but knight d5, bishop d5 was picking up a pawn. I'm getting a little nervous about that option. So, what do I do about it? I don't know. I don't like my position anymore. I have to find one decent move, but I don't feel I'm capable of doing that. We're slowly approaching tiredness, rock bottom. I'm in grave danger of blundering pieces now. How can I fight the urge to blunder all my pieces? c3, bishop a3, they're still kind of there, but it's getting very shaky. I think one good counter to my blundering pieces instincts might be to keep all my pieces closely connected. This is a potential blunder, but I've seen that, so I'm not gonna let it happen. What else could I possibly blunder? No, I think it's gonna be tough to blunder things for at least half a move. C4 though, and the position opens up again. That's a whole different can of worms. Another approach to reducing the blundering chances would be to exchange as many pieces as possible and hopefully win some pawns along the way. I don't even want to take your pieces, I just want your pawns. I come in peace. And as a rule, fianchettoed knights are weaker than fianchettoed bishops. Therefore, things should be okay. Things are gonna be alright. Look at this knight. He's bringing a knight to a gunfight. Why haven't I used that before? That sounds clever to me, but might just be my state. Nah, that's brilliant. Good material, Jan. Keep using it. I'm being asked about my English prowess. I don't know, man. I've traveled and stuff. And most of my life is in English, so I should actually speak it better than I am. Like, yeah, TV stuff is in English. Like, probably 70% of my conversations are in English. It's no secret that... As for Peter, I don't know either. He's Russian. He's not supposed to speak any. Nah, I'm kidding. And I don't want to offend any Russians. Peter's English is probably, arguably better than mine. But he's doing all these unfair things where he reads books and stuff, which... Okay, who can compete with that? People that read books and like have a fancy vocabulary, all these $10 words. Don't have those, but I can communicate in the common tongue. And it says opponent disconnected. What's going on? Is there connection issues? I've had like 2 games now where something disconnected. Finally, after I managed to grab a pawn. So discussion about my accent. Yeah, I got no clue what accent I have. I think it changes depending on who I've been hanging out with or what TV show I've been watching. Won't develop a southern accent anytime soon. Saying y'all. I don't even know how to pronounce it. What's up, y'all? Can't do it. I don't know what happened here. I think Nikki Riga disconnected. Sorry about that. That looks like the game is over. It's all over soon. So we'll play Dark Moon. You know what? If you can't beat them, join them. But I could beat them. I'll still join them. London system time. Such a ridiculous system, though. Who does that? Who are those people that play the London system? That don't play c4 and fight for the center? You can't just fight for the center. I don't know why you would not do this. Yeah. Not sure, I don't think queen b3 is actually the idea of this move order, but I've never spent any time on the London system subtleties, if there are any. Oh, pawns. On the subtleties of grabbing pawns, I've spent lots of time though, and I will happily grab them. A, b, e5, so maybe knight b3 to keep the pawn. Not sure. Looks like he has a fair amount of activity for it. But I don't think I'm telling any tales out of school if I'm saying that I enjoy taking pawns, even if it's not very good. Put so much pressure on the opponent to try to regain it, which is probably possible here. Knight e4, bishop b5, f6. And I have no idea how I'm going to hang on to my extra possessions. Maybe have some knight a5 there. I was thinking about this line I was talking about, knight e4, bishop b5, f6. Maybe knight a5 works. We'll see what Dark Moon comes up with. Weird profile pic. What is that? Confusing. Looks like, I don't know, some alien that joined the Matrix. I have no idea what that is. Yep, here we go, yo. So check that scenario. I'm very happy he takes here. This bishop on g3 did not seem to have a great future. So let's get rid of it. I don't mind. Black is probably still fine. Yeah, a6 is a fine move. I'll just keep the bishop here, which is very awkward square. But I didn't want to clarify the situation yet. So I have some knight a5 swindles still in reserve. Should they be needed? Bishop c2. Creative. Didn't see that move. Okay, guess I have to develop. Sometimes there comes a point in every man's life when he has to develop a piece. And then he has to make very, very clumsy moves trying to hang on to his extra pawn. Setting new standards for greed here. Had to stop bishop b3 followed by bishop c5. Maybe I didn't have to bishop b3. I can just go bishop b3 attacking d5. But that's what I went with. Deal with it, Dark Moon. The pieces are still very clumsy. Dark Moon is outplaying me this game. It's time, with a very heavy heart, to return material. Extremely heavy. It's the heaviest my heart has been for a while. Nah, I was kidding. Not returning any material. Gonna grab the c4 pawn and enjoy my extra pawn and the knight on a good square. Gimme. I think that broke his spirit. The straw that broke the camel's back. Not expression, I don't understand. Weird pre-move to make this one. Especially if there's a fair chance he's going to give me a pawn on h7, which I would instantly gobble up. Nah, he doesn't give me that pawn. I'll take this rook, just to increase the chances of still getting that pawn. Looks like he's made up his mind. He's not intending to give me that pawn. That's a bit sad. Fills my heart with great sadness that you're not willing to part with that pawn, Dark Moon. What have I ever done to you that you're not willing to spend another pawn on our friendship? No bravery. I don't know why I'm singing James Blunt songs in my head. I blame Paco, our friend Paco Vallejo, who actually is going to join the Banterthon tomorrow. He's going to do a couple hours from Madrid, where I believe he's at. So that's going to be fun. 2700. Super strong. Spanish #1. But I was going to criticize him for liking James Blunt. Because at least in the old days, when we had quote-unquote training camps where we would play computer games, he would always put on James Blunt in his flat, and I had to listen to this. I see no bravery in your eyes, only sadness. Way too often. Looks like a pretty decent rook endgame. Due to, as usual, my number of extra pawns. And as usual, I'm trying to misplay it as badly as possible. Successfully too. This is like an anti-rook endgame class. Things you're not supposed to do in rook endgames. You can learn here. Oh boy, really. misplaying this very, very badly. And I won't stop doing it. I'll mention it to pretend like I do know better. Would just have to focus. But let's face it, I don't have a clue what I'm doing. I'm just making moves, some on the left, some on the right, and hope that things will be alright. Centralize maybe? I got a lot of time so I can fall half asleep for some more time. But no, centralizing wasn't the right idea. Go here maybe? That's a mean check to give without fair warning. Yeah, who knows? Now things have simplified to a more easily winning situation. Because I can push pawns. I'm better if I can push pawns. Very good game by Dark Moon. Let's play our friend Miktal, who's been hanging out here, apparently not ever sleeping, so kudos to him for that. I will still mercilessly crush him, of course. But I think he kind of likes that. The Sicilian. How can we confuse him? Maybe he's not ready for the Mora Gambit yet. You shouldn't be ready for the Mora Gambit, because it's just losing a pawn. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe he's ready for it, because somehow people, instead of studying mainlines, normally they're very concerned with gambits like this one. What do? They play queen e2, rook d1, bishop f4, and hope for the best, right? Yeah, Miktal is clearly booked up in the Mora Gambit. Who would have thought? But he keeps doing this. We've talked about this, Miktal. Don't allow this knight to jump into d5 with tempo. That tends to have pretty dire consequences. Now I'm disappointed because I'm pretty sure I've done this exact same thing to you already. This knight fork on b6. I won't be too harsh with my criticism because it's like 3:30. But yeah, you gotta stop these things from happening to you over and over again. Same thing, we've had this exact same sequence where you allow me to grab the rook with tempo. A lot of work to be done in that department. Guess I could go 95 or whatever, but I'll give all of us a little breather by moving this bishop away. But really, stop giving up that rook in the opening. What to do? Why not? .95 immediately might have been a tad stronger, in fairness. Could have spotted that on a good day. King f8 can still go 95. I can also take this too. But yeah, not to play knight e5 is a bit sad. That's on me. I don't like exchanging queens this time around because I feel it gives... Yeah, okay. Doesn't matter. We got time. Let's exchange more things. I'm not a big finisher once I'm so much material up. I think other people have better skills at just being ruthless there. Well, for me, rook is a rook, so I'm not in any particular hurry. MGTOW resigned. Yeah, things went wrong there in the opening. And I'm pretty sure I've done this exact same sequence to you already. So keep an eye out for these knight d5, knight b6s. Any fresh blood? Looks like I've played all you guys. I haven't played this dude. Ben Davies, 39142 from New Zealand. Wow, people in New Zealand. Never been to New Zealand. And yeah, that's all I gotta say. I'm a big Flight of the Conchords fan though, which probably is what everybody tells you about New Zealand, except for the Lord of the Rings people. But we don't want to socialize with these. Flight of the Conchords. That's my New Zealand reference. I want to go one day. Being told it's beautiful, but Ben Davies seems not to be around. Are you there, Ben Davies? Doesn't look like it. Sorry, mate. Let's play against Kostaki's 02 with a CM title. I'm still not sure what CM is. Candidate Master? Is that a thing? Does it say Candidate Master? Yeah, I see. What do you need to become a Candidate Master? Looks like CM Kostaki's 02 is not around either. So I'm gonna abort. And I'll play R.M. Lefferty. Ooh, so hot in here. I need a wardrobe change. I've sweated through that shirt. So I'll go for a wardrobe change. This game and one more game. Then we're gonna be on break again. And I play the most aggressive opening known to man, the Petrov. Okay, it's not really the most aggressive opening known to man. It's not terrible. It's just a bit dull, and it's not considered to be a great winning attempt. But the main line's actually kind of interesting. Knight c3 I'm not familiar with. Bishop d3 is what they normally do. I guess I'll pin this guy. He unpins, but I have a feeling that this early queen sortie will lead to some problems. Don't get your queen out too early. It can become a punching ball for the opponent's minor pieces. Bishop d2 was better than queen d3. So now it's hard to find a hiding spot. Knight g3 is a threat, knight c3 is a threat. To do something, probably have to jump into darkness with queen b5, because now I'm winning a piece, and we all know how good I am when I'm up a piece. Sorry, R.M. Lefferty. That escalated quickly. All right, one more game. Searching for fresh victims, as usual. I can see some here. Who's this dude? Knighty Arc. Probably because he's from Argentina and it's night, at least over here. Not sure if it is night in Argentina. Welcome to the sleep-deprived insulting of people I have never met. That's what we call this format. And also to the playing e4 against weaker opponents to get some practice. And I don't mean to insult anybody by saying weaker opponents, but I think I have a tendency to choose e4 against guys below 2000 on the server, which I'm not sure is very brave on my part. But I have a feeling that's what I've been doing. Like, I can't really control my hand on the first move, but it seems like it's been erring on that side of the equation. What we got here is some, what do you call this? Oof, I almost played f3 in order to resign after knight d4, followed by bishop c5. Can't let that happen, so I'll take here instead. Less inspiring. Yeah, I don't know what this line is called and who is favored by developments so far. Queen c2 looks like a bit of a random move. Yeah, that's too passive. That's not how you play chess. Now e5 and black is perfectly fine. See, that's the lack of instincts in the Sicilian positions. I like black's position here. Much easier to play. I don't know what to do. Well, in my desperation, I'll even do the unthinkable and give up a pawn if he wants it to complicate the issue. This might be the first time in the history of Banter Blitz that I've voluntarily given up a pawn. It doesn't feel good. Oh, he doesn't want it. That feels much better. Let me keep my pawn. Still nothing special in position, but you can't believe the great outbursts of joy I'm feeling now that I don't have to part ways with one of my babies. The pawn on e4, c5 just to stop whatever long-term nonsense like c5 and the knight coming to d4 and all that, and to potentially fix the queen side. Now I'm probably slightly better. Blah blah blah, doesn't really matter. Nothing really matters. And by last game, I meant last game before the break. I still got a couple hours to go. I got till 6 in the morning. I'm well caffeinated. Don't feel that awake though. I guess caffeine only wakes you up for a limited amount of time. Then at some point the effect can't easily be reproduced. Not sure though. a5 after a long thought. Not a bad move. You gotta do something about that queenside situation. Maybe he wants to put the pawn on a4. That's a maneuver I quite like actually. Trying to fix my thingies here. And since I like it, I'm gonna try not to allow it. Still, black is very solid. It's one of these positions where white has a tiny pull because of the two bishops, but black is very solid, and if he defends accurately, these things often end peacefully. But still, I am a little better because of my bishops. Don't feel like exchanging rooks just yet. So we'll leave them on the board. And keep chipping away. I don't have a plan, so I'll do nothing. If in doubt, do nothing. Looks like Knighty Arc is following the same policy. Maybe at some point I have to start grabbing some space on the king side. But I don't like weakening my own poor king. 98, maybe it's time to open the position up a bit here, even though that's also double-edged. But can't have everything. GF or bishop f. I don't know. Maybe bishop f was better, but Structurally, GF was more appealing. And I'm all about structure, not in life, but on the chessboard. What are we waiting for? Do I like the Danish gambit as white? Nah, I don't. F6, bit passive, but why not? I'll be passive as well. No, that's actually a bad move. Now I can exchange, put his queen on the A file and get a hint of counterplay. Once again, I'm a bit better because of the bishops, but rook d1 was uncalled for. Playing well, knight the arc, also bringing his knight to b5. Looks like a decent maneuver. Can't do bad things to him. I want to like break through with f5, e5 and all that stuff, but guess the time has not yet come. Or has it? I don't know. I feel I've bungled this a little bit. Not too badly, but just a little bit. Maybe it's time for my queen to join the festivities on the king side. But I'm missing stuff. Queen h5, queen g3. I miss queen e2 check. Yeah, exchanging these rooks, well, very smart. This I don't mind. The endgame makes me less vulnerable to blundering my queen and should accentuate the power of the bishops. Not saying this position is winning, but it's normally kind of unpleasant to defend those things, unless you're Wang Yue or one of these genius defenders that make these things look like dead draws. The two bishops are quite a force in such situations. You can try to restrict the knight, like I'm trying to do here with f5, probably not very successfully, then open the position for the bishops and then win on time. That is normally the MO in such a situation. I want to go king d6, but I'm a little concerned about a check on b5, so I'll wait. Patiently wait. Probably I've misplayed this badly enough that I'm worse by now, because the sweet flagging was so much on my mind. No, I wasn't worse, but I'm not sure. I should have allowed all this counterplay. Now we have a piece. Piece is a piece. And knight the arc lost on time. I'm gonna go for another break, for more coffee. Habit Noir's wife wants me to sleep. It's not the willingness, but it's a 72-hour Banterthon, and I got the night shift, so I got a bit more than 2 hours still to go. No sleep till Brooklyn, or till, let's say, 7 a.m. Gonna be a long night still. Thank you guys for staying with me, and I'll see you back in a couple of minutes. See you then. Hey guys, just a little pit stop again to inform you I'm alive and well. Still gotta wrestle. Oh, I shouldn't show you that I'm wearing jeans. I'm only dressed up till, yeah, till the belt. I'm wrestling with a coffee machine, and I will try to get more coffee out of it. Then we'll continue the exciting show. See you very soon. What's up, nerds? I tried to change shirts, but I realized the backup shirt I brought was even more wrinkled than my face at these hours. So I thought instead, you know what? Let's keep the same sweaty shirt, but perform a tie change. So let's do the art of adjusting your tie live on air. Yeah, lovely. Oh, but this shirt has suffered as well. Who cares, really? We're still awake. That's all that matters. Thank you guys for hanging out here in the middle of the night or in the middle of the afternoon if you're in the USA or Canada or Mexico or Latino America or wherever you're from. I don't know. I'll try to find a new victim. And who better than Morten Feldman to reopen the crushing? I got more coffee. How much coffee is it healthy to drink per night? Any doctors out there? I do have to start worrying after cup number 6? Probably do, but I've had such great success with the Mora Gambit that I'll keep doing it. Developing some very bad habits tonight. Chile in the building. What's up, Chile? Spania is still awake as well. People seem to like this tie a little less. Sorry, mate. Can I go e5 here? Is that one of these trick lines where you go e5 and then you go for broke? No, I'll start with bishop c4. There was some line where e5 was good. Not sure which one it is though. Je ne sais pas. I'll get out the way. Not sure that's in the spirit of this opening. Probably not. I guess my lack of Mora Gambit experience is showing here. I'm pretty sure this is not how it's done. Yep, Morten Feldman has outsmarted me over the first couple moves, for sure. I have to already give up a bishop. I'm still a pawn down. This opening really goes against everything I stand for, which is pretty much grab pawns. Still might have some compensation. He's not fully developed yet. Same with my haircut. Bishop d7 back. Alright, should I do something aggressive some point? Nah. Let's pretend this is a normal opening and all it takes is making very slow moves. No, I haven't done the Mora justice. I'm just worse. Excellent job by Morten Feldman. Why is he only 1568? He's playing very well. And I'm trying to get something going here at least. But rook d8, let's say. Not much. Maybe I can take and go bishop a4. Trying hard to grab some of this material. We'll see what happens. Maybe I do have a bit of compensation. Was this what I was thinking about? Then a6. I can also go queen f3, so I do have options. Yeah, I'll go here instead. And he wisely returns the pawn, which is the way I play gambits. I desperately try to get my pawn back, take it from there. What are we talking about? DK57? Sounds like some sad incident. Sorry to hear. What's going on here? Didn't think this move through. Bishop c8. Yep. No tricks. Queen e7 doesn't work. Rook d8 doesn't work. So I have to eat more humble pie and go all the way back. Now the sad thing is that should he take on d1, I can't recapture with the rook as I would like to, because I will leave e5 on praise. So I have to do this. Yeah, not much going on. Bishop b7 could be a good move. Let's see if Morten Feldman spots that. I'm gonna be very upset if he does. Very sad and upset. Sad upset. Problem is, this is perfectly fine too. So more reasons to be upset. Or is it? Can I start annoying him? I'll try at least. Nah, it's just annoying myself after queen d6. Nah, time to face the cold hard facts. I got nothing. Rien de rien. Morton is a strong player though. Can't fool me, he probably just started, that's why he's 1568, but he's playing well. Just as I praise him, he gives me pawns. The one thing you should not do against me is give me pawns. That's literally the only thing you shouldn't do. Alright, pawn grabbed, back to base. No clue what to do next. Here, can I go here? Oh no, I'm feeling blundery. Alright. Try not to blunder my rook on e1 just yet. Might need it later. So no reason to blunder it around now. So aggressive. I'm scared. Feeling I'm working on a self-mate here. So many checks. I can give a counter check. Not sure how effective that check is, but how often do you get the chance to counter a check with a check? Gotta make full use of that opportunity. More checks. Still not easy, huh? Endgame. Actually, the endgame is not so clear. Even the endgame is not clear. Now it's starting to clarify a bit. I do have these passed pawns for later. That's why I like grabbing pawns. If you do nothing for the rest of the game, all of a sudden you have an endgame with extra pawns, which tends to be a good thing. One day I'm gonna start pushing these pawns. Maybe now. Why wait? Pre-move. Morton resigned, played a very good game, but in the end, even though it was a Mora gambit, I did my thing, grabbed some pawns. Let's give Mr. Cyrano 33 another chance, see if he's around this time. Not around again? Standing me up twice? So sad. Cyrano. Second chance. Ah, there he is. And I will continue our late night gambitry. I don't think highly of any of these gambits. But it has to be done so we can have fun. What do they do here? d4, bishop c4, no clue. Queen d7, interessant. I'd go g5 no matter what, just to keep this pawn, but it's a bit risky. Now I get decent king's gambit, where I got my pawn back, get my pieces out, get the center. This is what you're dreaming of when you're playing the king's gambit and have humble ambitions like myself. Could also go knight c3, which looks more classical, but I like having an extra guard for this pawn. I can put this knight here and now do something, whatever. Push my pawns up the board on the queen side, or whatever crosses my mind. Maybe some queen a4 at some point. Looks like a fairly decent position. Goes f5, which is fine. Can I fish for anything here? Nah, knight a5. Don't know what to do. Oh, terrible move. Uh-oh. Blunder time. That was really, really bad. Ay. Trying to calculate my way out of it, but I might not be able to. Might not be able to do it. Oh, that lets me off the hook. fe4 was a problem, knight e4, d5. No, it might still be a problem, but it still feels like it let me off the hook. Thinking not particularly helpful. Nah, still problems. That's what happens when you play the King's Gambit. Nah, can't blame the King's Gambit for it. Had a perfectly good position, which I just mishandled quite badly. What to do? That really does let me off the hook. Still fe4. If knight e4, d5 was a serious problem. Looks like some discussion if you should call 1-1-0 or 1-1-2. Nah, I think I'll be fine. Thanks for the support, but no need for any emergency numbers just yet. Cyrano 333 is dealing with an emergency now, but he had the chance to grab material earlier on. If he doesn't do it, I certainly will. Trying to play one beautiful game. Looks like I won't manage to. Playing all these crazy gambits, but in the end it always comes down to me grabbing material, no matter what the opening. That's how I do it. Dullifying the King's Gambit. That's my mission. Oh, blunder! I keep blundering. Come on, why can't you just recapture like a normal person? Cyrano is really giving me a hard time here. Bishop d8. And all of a sudden I'm material down instead of material up. Oh man. I must stop the blundering. He keeps letting me off the hook, but seriously, this is just sad. Gave you a lot of chances, Cyrano, and not voluntarily. But just due to sudden blunderitis. Can't even blame him for continuing the game. I'm perfectly capable of blundering my rook again. Might fall asleep at the wheel here. So how much time? I still have 2 hours left in today's night shift. Then Pepe Cuenca is gonna do the early morning shift. And who else is in tomorrow? I think Niklas Huschenbeit is gonna do a bit. Ilya, I think Ilya also has a couple hours tomorrow. Ilya Zarogatsky. So you're gonna see some fresh Grandmaster faces. Not this old hack. And to look forward to. I know that sentence didn't make sense. But how much grammar can we expect at these hours? What are you hoping for, Cyrano? Time is running out. But still, that was not one of my more impressive displays. Let's play Junior Capablanca from Canada. Oh boy, really sweating here. It's a sweaty day. 2142, so I should blunder a little less than last time. What's up, Junior? You're not around? Countdown is starting. Ah, there we go. Goes e4. Good old Sicilian. I feel like this is the perfect time of the night to unleash the dragon. Because I'm feeling sharp. You don't really want to unleash the dragon. Let's see what JR Capablanca does here. He goes for long castles. That's the most solid move in the position. And this king b1 is a cute little line. I think I had it the other day where I was whining about forgetting the theory, but no, you're not supposed to go bishop d4. e5 is the big point of the whole operation. Now I can just take and I'm fine. That's my thinking pose. After FE, still haven't made up my mind. But fine I am. H4, what is this? You're giving me pawns? Position is too open for trying to checkmate. Just because it's a dragon doesn't mean that I won't relentlessly grab every single pawn I can get. Because I need all the pawns I can get. Yeah, I shouldn't sing. Enough singing. But I need all the pawns that I can get too. Come on, Capablanca would never have given me that pawn. He was the petite combinaison guy, not the brute force dude. Bishop c4 will not even the score. Queen e2. I insist that you move that bishop. Now what though? Is bishop f6 a threat? Not a real threat, but once again I'm not playing this particularly well. Yeah, the usual. Same old, same old. Here he comes. h5, knight h5, rook h5. You know what? Nah, this might be too greedy. Even for me, this might be too much. I've really mishandled this fairly terribly. Again. Bishop e5. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. Bishop g6 is of course a little anti-positional. Maybe hg was possible. I don't think I'm getting mated on the h file, but I didn't want to find out. a3 is legal. Rook dg1. Back in attack mode. So far, so good. Or bad, who knows? Where's that queen going? h6? Probably h6. Might be time to centralize the king. Centralization completed. Can I go back to pawn grabbing? That's what I enjoy doing. Can't help myself. This is a little reckless, I have to admit. But just can't control urge to take pawns and bishops. Enjoy grabbing things too much. And JR Capablanca resigns because I grabbed too many of the things. Exciting game, way too exciting for this late at night. The dragon. Any fresh blood incoming here? I've played all you old hacks already. Let's play Don Papa. We'll always love Big Papa. Time for the Chigurine. Not such a bad opening, also not a very good opening, but it's not that bad either. Somewhere on the line between not that good and not that bad. e3, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. e6 or e5? Let's play e5, looks like more fun. It's probably not the best move in the position, but it does look like more fun. CD should be alright for me. I was more concerned about DE. Pin. A3. He's very worried by all my pinning power play. Too worried, because now things have gone badly wrong already. Grabbed a couple pawns. Don't we all love to begin the game with a couple extra pawns? I don't know if we do. I do. Give me that. Sorry, Don Papa, that didn't end so well. Oh, here's the newbies I was talking about, Mr. Velvet Hammer. Welcome. Let's hammer the Velvet Dude. Slav player. Time for a little main line. Just have a little main line. I really am going mad. Someone please call 911. Not literally, just singing. Slav mainline 95 or knight h4 or e3 are the main options at this juncture. Looks like Velvet Hammer has done his homework, plays one of the main lines. All theory, that's the problem. People study their main lines. Still all theory. Primov. Thing is supposed to take with the knight. Because if we take with the queen, this knight on b6 will be a little misplaced. It's a little misplaced. Not little Miss Sunshine, little misplaced. Sorry. Yeah. Can I go d5? Queen b3 looks decent as well, but let's put the pedal to the metal. Targeting our friend on b6. Had to go, didn't it? Not sure about bishop c4. Many other options, dc, de, whatever, but that's the one I went with. Probably not very wisely, actually. The Velvet Hammer hanging in there. He's not giving me any pawns, which is really the only way I can win games. If someone gives me pawns. If you don't, I'm completely hopeless. Fish out of water without my pawn grabbing. Thinking face, but it's a fake thinking face. I can't think anymore. I was thinking about knight f5, but then I thought, who cares? I will move my bishop and the game continues. This I'm much more happy with, because I feel the potential to grab at least a pawn. And as I said, that's what I do. I grab pawns. Or rooks. I prefer pawns, but if you give me a rook, I'll take it as well. Velvet Hammer, sorry for that, was a well-played game. Till the end. Hector Camilo Torres Diaz is in the building. time for some more e4. Lot of Sicilians out there. Lot of Sicilians. Let's play good old Rossolimo to honor Mr. Kempster. d6, I don't know what to do. Castle, I guess, can't be too bad, yeah? I'm very simple-minded. I just want to keep my bishop alive and occupy the center. And hope that great things happen to me. Very, very simplistic. Not very sophisticated. h3 is always a useful move to stop bishop g4s, yada yada yada. e5, fair enough. Gives me a bunch of options. de, d5, bishop e3. All look legit. I'll go with d5. The most King's Indian-ish of the possibilities. Not sure it's the best. But how bad can it be? Go b5, Hector. What are you thinking about? Alright, let's try to open the queen side a little bit. And looks like Hector has enough of defending on the queen side and says, you know what? I'll go for counterattack. You do all the pawn grabbing you like. I'll checkmate you while you're busy trying to take my pawns. We'll see. Because I am busy trying to take his pawns. And I'd be very pleased with the exchange of light-squared bishops, because without light-squared bishops, it's very hard to checkmate in King's Indian structures. Long break here, which I've used to not say anything and awkwardly stare into many different directions. I'm better, pawn up, got my knight on a nice little square on e6, and will use my grandmasterly technique to somehow convert that pawn by misplaying the position and then winning on time. That's pretty much the story of every game. Today I've scored quite well. First night I played terribly. Tonight so far I've been doing alright, results-wise, not awakeness-wise. But one shall not praise the night before dawn. Is that a saying? If it's not, it should be a saying. Gimme. Chess really ain't that hard. You just take your opponent's pawns. And then you jump around, and then you win on time. You can even blunder a knight, because your opponent might not take it. But you shouldn't overdo that. Sometimes they take them. Glorious victory against Hector Camilo. It's up in the chat. Lowly Pawn is saying, I'm saying in these structures too much. But there are different structures, and in these structures, sometimes you gotta do different things. GM Jan, with very little time to study the classics, what do you suggest? I don't know. Rubinstein, Capablanca, Alekhine, or Botvinnik, Neither or someone else. I don't know, I've never done it systematically. I've read these Kasparov books that talk about all these dudes. I liked how Rubinstein played, but you can probably tell by my playing style that's gonna make you a very dull player. So for excitement, I guess, Alekhine is the most exciting of these dudes. I don't know, yeah, I've never done it systematically. Just read chess books as a kid and in recent times. My main connection to the classics has been, what do you call this? Yeah, reading these Kasparov books. Let's play, who else is awake? MH roll. On a roll. Coffee's empty again. E4 again. Good old Sicilian. What else can you do? I can play a different move here once in a while. The Khan. Everybody's playing c4. No one used to do this years ago. Where they all went. Knight c3 or bishop d3. c4 is the latest fashion. g3 seems like a weird move to combine this stuff with though. Because c4 is on pre, so you can't just go bishop g2. And therefore bishop b4 is now asking some awkward questions. Like, how do you want to defend this pawn? So g3, a3 is my favorite move, just stopping bishop b4 and then you go bishop e2, castles, f3, do all these slow things. Here you probably have to go queen d3, but as mentioned, looks a little clumsy. I have no idea what historical elo means, and I think it's pointless to compare these things. All these dudes were great champions in their eras, but these cross comparisons, I'm not very interested or very educated about it. Bishop g5, interesting move actually. What do I do about it? Did not see that one coming. Caught me off guard there, MH roll. I'll play weird. Lee. Jump around. I don't want you to take this. But it's... don't try this at home or don't try this anywhere situation. Normally it's not a great idea to randomly jump to g4 with a knight in the opening. Rook c1. What can I do? I can change directions a bit and try to make sense of my knight on g4 by going bishop c5. But once again, normally not a great idea to move things around that much in the opening. e5 or a knight f2. Both look tempting. I'll go knight f2 because it feels like it's giving him... Oh, it's giving me the initiative. e5 was probably objectively better, but I really didn't feel like thinking about any knight f5 positions. But e5 was better. King f2, e5, and probably bishop e3. I haven't really done that much damage with this operation, so they made it e5. I believe was much stronger. I'm still, I guess, slightly better or whatnot, but could have gone for more there. I guess I'll take and pin him. Try to develop my pieces quickly. Yeah, still not much happening. Guess I'm a bit better. but nothing drastic is happening, unfortunately. Looks like he's gonna manage to get his pieces out and the game will slow down a bit. I should start looking for new targets. And once again, the c4 pawn has my attention. Where to go? This looks soundest. The M8 roll is hanging in there. He's worse, but he doesn't allow me any knockout punches. Or maybe he did, but I didn't see them. Instead of but this looks like a mistake. I think he missed that. This is check. Now at least I can ask some tricky questions. Yeah, now it's winning. Or it was probably winning-ish before, but this is very unpleasant. And M8 roll resigns. What's up with the chat? Yeah, big discussion. What classics to study? As I said, I've never done it systematically. It's always good to study anything. It doesn't have to be classics. You can also look at games of modern players, pick up a chess book, watch videos here. The sad truth is that there is no systematic chess school. You just absorb chess information and then let your subconscious or your brain put the pieces together. It doesn't matter what you do, as long as you like the game and you're interested in getting better. Your brain will figure it out, but don't believe these people that are telling you, you gotta study this guy, then that guy. It can't hurt, but nothing can really hurt. That's my honest opinion. That's probably not what I should tell people for marketing reasons, but I do believe that. I'm playing this, whatever it's called, Schliemann Gambit again. It's not a bad line. It's not a great line either. No, it's playable. Should learn the theory of it one day. The position looks kind of appealing, at least. To get a fighting position. It's kind of interesting. Getting pinned though. Don't like getting pinned that much. I guess 95 is coming with some potential problems. Not sure how serious they are. It's a weird position. Not yet used to these structures. Not sure how dangerous it is to allow knight f6 and gf6. I guess not that dangerous. But still interesting. Main source of annoyance is that after knight f6, gf6, bishop h6, I would probably have to go rook g8, rook e8, which I don't want to do. So I'm not sure what to do here. Maybe I should sacrifice an exchange. Don't like sacrificing, but sometimes you gotta. I'll pre-move this though. This though. Don't know what to do. Serious brain freeze going on here. Not that pleased about my position after knight f6, gf, bishop h6, because yeah, it's very annoying that this bishop controls this diagonal. So I guess I have to remove the rook and then do something about it. Maybe I'll man up and go bishop h6, rook g8, sacrifice that exchange. Yeah, let's do that. Not sure if it's enough though, but I don't feel like going rook e8 and then having to maneuver around. This looks like more fun. King h1, another good move by Mr. Zero Limit. I'll try to bring my queen a little closer to the action. Not sure what b3 is about. Maybe mouse slip. Do you want to go b4? Still not making any significant impact on the king side. Need more people. So Mr. Knight, join the party. Yeah, I don't care about that bishop. Is this mate? Maybe it's not mate. That would be a pity, would it not be? Maybe it is mate though. We'll find out. Should be mate somehow, shouldn't it? How hard can this be? Very hard for me at this state. Takes... I can't see it. Is there no mate? Feels like mate. Takes knight f4. Oh yeah, this could be... No. Oh boy. Let me try to calculate. Knight h2. Didn't see that one coming. Thought there has to be a mate for sure. But I don't see it. Still don't see it. Shouldn't lose on time while complaining I can't see the mate. But I can't see the mate. Sorry, mate. No mate. Weird. Nah, maybe my stuff just didn't work. Time to accept the cold, hard facts and keep gambling on. Things aren't that bad, actually, but I was surprised there was nothing more crushing than this, or at least I couldn't see anything. This is what I came up with. Rook g1, queen e4, f3. Yeah, you can go queen g4, but then I'll get some things. Oh, or will I? Maybe I won't, because there's a5 in the end as well. Still, no choice. He goes a5. I'm getting crushed by Zero Limit. Fortunately, got a recapture here too. Yeah, this is just lost. Kudos to him. Not sure what I did wrong. It looked interesting. I just couldn't see a finish. Not much hope here. Or is there? Nah. Not a lot of hope. Rook is a rook, that's serious material. Keeps playing well too. Bishop b6, rook h4, king g2. All works. What to do? If it works, it works. Playing a little too well all of a sudden, it's sad. Still, yeah. I don't feel that guilty even. I thought I played well. Well is maybe a bit strong, but not terribly. Things just didn't work. Looking for tricks. But I shouldn't lose on time looking for tricks. Time to deal with reality. I'm dead lost. And I should try to hang around as long as I can, but it probably won't be very long. King g2, what's this? Showing off now? Let's give some checks first. See if he panics and wants to draw. Nah, he doesn't panic that badly. Why would you? Now I have a glimmer of hope. Like, I'm still lost, but things aren't that straightforward anymore. I got a couple pawns. My remaining pieces, which admittedly aren't that many, are well coordinated. So this is not gonna be smooth sailing for Zero Limit. Still lost, so I don't have any illusions about that. But as I said, this won't be easy. I'm quite optimistic, given circumstances. Panic. Sorry, Zero Limit. Tables have turned. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, interesting game though. Like, I thought I had done things all right here after bishop h3, knight h2. Maybe my stuff just didn't work, and yeah, I had to be more humble, but here it's already too late. It feels like there should be some win, but I just couldn't spot it. So yeah, good game by Zero Limit. So close, rook up. But it ain't over till it's over. Who's our latest arrivals? Vicious Seal. Let's seal the deal against Vicious Seal. What's a Vicious Seal? Is that an army thing, or is that a literal seal that's mean-spirited? I don't know. Good old f3, whatever it is, Grunfeld, King's Indian, Benoni, can lead to many different things. One of the trendiest moves in that position these days, mainly because people are so desperate to come up with anything against the Grunfeld. And in comparison to the Samish, you can actually use this square for this knight, which looks ridiculous at first sight, but it's not, because in the Samish you always struggle developing that g1 knight. Well, it's normally easier to develop this guy later on, to wherever we need him to be. Especially in this structure. Should black go e6 at some point? Not sure he can go e6 because I might grab the pawn. Yeah, this is a pleasant version of things for white. Of course it's playable for black, but much easier to be white here, in my opinion. Zero Limit decides to get wasted. Yeah, there was a big chance there. Sorry, man. f5, so aggressive. Rook f5 pre-move. Interesting. I think I would probably have preferred gf. Not sure. In this structure, my knight on b1 is starting to look a little funny, admittedly. So I have to figure out how to use it. Could go to a3 and c2. I'm not sure what's doing there. I can't think of anything better, so I shall. Yeah, knight c2. I played a little quickly. Bishop f5. I guess I'll go g4. Try to grab some space. Use e6, which is also very sensible. Vicious Seal. Playing pretty well. pretty well. Can't say the same thing for me. Yeah, my aim is a little off. Even 94 could be interesting. Strange position after 94. 94, queen e4. I guess I have to go b3 or something. But it looks a little clumsy. So, yeah, not sure. Wow, he takes? That shouldn't work. Just as I was praising you, little seal. Vicious seal, sorry. Take on d5? Why? I can just take with the queen, with check. Or I can pin you. I don't get it. A piece up. Did this quite confidently, but it's still a piece. Not much to say. Piece is a piece. It will be converted eventually. Not quite sure what Vicious Seal is hoping for, but I'm not exactly setting a prime example of resigning early, so I certainly won't blame anybody. And thanks for the game, Vicious Seal. Let's play Amphico Elias. Is that the name? I don't know. Time for a little more e4. Always Sicilian. Why don't people go... Now I'm playing one of these crappy sidelines, which I've been raving against. But actually, it's not that crappy. This is a serious move. 3c4 and knight c3. Because of this brilliant little move, bishop e2, d5, ed, ed, d4. Which is actually quite interesting. At least to my weird likings. Now if both sides just develop without a lot of contact in the center, then I'll be able to play d4 without running into the early unpleasantness that happens if you do this early, combined with c4, where bishop b4 is often an issue. So this looks like a pretty pleasant situation for me, I would say. After d6, just to show the idea, I don't think it's the best move here net. But you always gotta watch out for these knight d5s. Here, can I win material? Knight c6, bc, bishop b6, queen d7, knight e7, queen e7. Nah, no material. So I'll just be humble, grab the two bishops, and enjoy life as a pro bishop owner. I'm a very responsible bishop owner too. d6 is a bit of a permanent weakness here. Like, you're not going to lose it immediately. You can go bishop e8, and the game will last for a while. But white is very comfortable here. Not so sure about b4. I was thinking about knight c2, but then I thought it would be nicer to play b4 and knight b3. Looked a bit more harmonious. He puts the knight on e8. That also defends d6, but as I said, position is a little passive and threats start appearing, like bishop b6, overloading the black defensive system a little bit. So it's not a nice position to be in. Very hard to come up with sensible moves here too, as we can see by the long thinking break. What's going on in the chat? What's Tony Rowe up to? Apologize to people who have read my question over and over. What's the question? When is my next video series part coming out? I wish I knew. I'm having some opening troubles in this 3d5 stuff. I was intending to give because of this Carlsen against Kramnik game. So yeah, I either have to fix those, which I haven't yet, or I have to switch and give the Nimzo, which was a repertoire I wasn't intending to give. So yeah, work to do. And also I'm doing random stuff like playing this Banterthon marathon a lot of the time. So no set date, sorry Tony Rowe, but one day, once I make up my mind what I want to give, because I'm a bit dumb about it. I always want to give stuff I like, but then I become a bit perfectionistic, if that's a word. So, long story short, I don't know, but series will be incoming for sure. One important question for me is how much longer? A bit more than 1 hour. Where Mr. Pepe Cuenca has to start joining the action for the morning shift. So the position, it's kind of nice. Pawn up, very dominating. So yeah, it is winning. Winning by pinning. And Amphi Coelias resigns. Yeah, it's very hard to find a move here, knight c5, and I'm just gonna win the house or f4. So it's not too early to resign actually. I'm gonna need one more break after the next game, but I'll play one more. Whom shall I play? Let's play the man himself, Tony Rowe. Let's see what he wants to do. Goes knight f3. I'll go g6. Why not g6? Sounds like he's a theoretician. So I'll try to randomize things quickly. Thinking. He doesn't push d5 with confidence. That already fills my heart with joy. 23-45. He's clearly a strong player. So I gotta be careful because I really can't calculate all that well at these hours. Oh, it looks like it is dawn outside. Bishop g2, but no. Looks like I'm getting a decent version of something. I don't know if this is a theoretical position. In general, if white has to do something a little awkward to keep this knight going, then you've achieved a little bit with black. Nothing dramatic at all, but you know, you do what you can with what you're given. Bishop e6 is also a bit of a random move, but I'm trying to stop c4 and mask my intentions. I could be intending to go queen d7, bishop h3, could be intending to go h5, h4, could be intending to just keep developing with knight f6. So many options, and the good thing is I have no clue what I'm going to do next, so it's very hard to anticipate. Knight c3, or I could take that. Tempting to take it. I'm not sure if it's good. Nah, it's probably not good. I guess it's time to go back to normal. But now after e4 we get some sort of standardish Sicilian position. So not sure how thrilled I am about that. Then again, I don't think if most knight f3, g3 players don't want to have some weird dragon positions after e4. Still, normal-ish position. Also not sure I should pull the trigger on h5, h4, but I think it's not very good because there's always bishop g5 after h5, so I don't see where this is going. Use e4, I'll play neutral move again, see what comes next. h3 voluntarily, interesting. That kind of tempts me to revisit this idea. Not sure if it's good, but looks interesting at the very least. Can I go crazy? h4, g4, knight g4 or bishop g4? Might be asking a bit much of the position. Already regret my overzealous h5 move. Not really in my style. Nah, I'll switch gears again and take this guy. When the question can be asked, what is this pawn doing on h5? Guess he wants to go b3. Can I scare him with something like rook c4? Probably not, doesn't look that scary. Very indecisive. Nah, who cares? Let's sacrifice a piece and gamble. I don't think this is good, so it's another one of these don't try this at home situations. But at least it looked interesting. But it should not be quite enough compensation. However, in a blitz game, not so easy to play this with white, or at least I'm hoping it's not so easy. We shall see. I play c3 just to stabilize this knight. Use king h2, also something you can do that rhymes. I guess I should take this bishop. Might look counterintuitive since I am material down, but I feel it's quite important to generate some space for my pieces. And also without the bishop, his king is gonna be sort of permanently vulnerable. I missed queen d3 here, which is a bit pathetic. But I got a couple of pawns, so maybe things aren't so bad. Queen d3, rook c2. Shifting gears. Probably I don't have enough for the piece though, so yeah, queen f5 was a little dumb, because I feel I had fair compensation before actually, even though it's only 2 pawns. Did look quite alright. Well, now Yeah, it's still not easy to play for white, but I'm not 100% sure, or I'm reasonably sure I don't have enough compensation here. Let's say 4 over my head. Don't know what to do though. Oh, that's a bad move. Not playing very well. Okay, time to go back. This was not the right way to go. Ugh, missed that one too. Now I've really bungled it. Oh, that's very painful. Hey, hey, hey. Now I'm lost. Man, what have I done? Yeah, now it's just hopeless. Of course, I'll soldier on, but yeah, this was very, very uncalled for. Anyway, good job by Tony Rowe keeping control. Well, I certainly lost it. Of course, he still has to make it through flagging school in order to win the game, but I'm not very happy with how events went. Rook a3 is actually asking some questions. Some very unpleasant questions. Come back. Aye. But yeah, that position was very bad, especially after, well, a couple things, but especially after I blundered rook d2 here, which was a strong move. I'm just completely lost. Good game, Tony Rowe. And I'll go on my last little break before entering the last hour. Thank you guys for still staying around. I was hoping to catch second wind and wake up. Maybe that's happening, maybe not, I don't know. Well, I'll see you soon. Welcome back, boys and girls. Last shift, 1 hour to go before Mr. Cuenca takes over with his ratatatatas. What's going on in the chat? Discussion about what to study, the usual stuff. Just study chess, study whatever you're interested in. Get a premium membership. There's lots of stuff to do. Solve tactics, study openings, play me, watch shows, read books. You really can't go wrong as long as you want to improve. And put in the time, your brain will figure it out. Let's play Habit Noir if he's still around. Yeah, as I'm saying, unfortunately there are no secrets. No Grandmaster secrets. No one has any secrets. It's all out there. Gotta put in the work. There's no shortcuts and no secrets, unfortunately. At least I don't know any. If I did, I probably would have revealed them. In these countless hours I've been talking rubbish to you guys. I don't have any secrets. I have this secret line where I've lost lots and lots of games in. Knight c6 is supposed to be bad, even though even this I've lost. The point is that now you haven't castled yet, and your pieces are sort of ideally arranged for a very quick queenside onslaught with the bishop on e3 and the knight on d2. So this is supposed to be very, very pleasant for white. But even this I've managed to lose, so you never know. But note that first of all I haven't castled, so the usual pawn storm is less lethal, and secondly I'm very, very quick on the queen side. Cd knight b5 is already a serious threat. So it's not a pleasant line for black at all. Yeah, I've contemplated doing a series on the Sicilian. I'm sorry, I'm reading the chat if it sounds like inconsistent gibberish where I'm saying, answering some questions if I'm gonna do a Sicilian dragon series. I've contemplated that. But yeah, I don't like the dragon that much. There's too many theoretical problems. I've studied it kind of deeply. That's not such a great opening in my opinion. We've had this discussion the other day. Therefore, I've refrained from making a series because I don't want to give a series for black and say, yeah, here white is slightly better, here white is slightly better, here there's problems. That's what's been stopping me. It's an interesting opening to study and all that, but I don't like it that much. Or I don't think it's that good. Still, I should revisit the topic one day, but there's so many unfinished business series you've heard people asking. Banter, the D4 series. There's also a wide repertoire thingy I always wanted to do. I got some other projects in the making, which I can't speak about yet, with some famous co-authors, which sound very exciting. So there's gonna be lots of stuff coming. Stay tuned. And Alberto, if you're so eager to improve at chess, the $9.99 or whatever premium membership costs are a very good investment in my opinion. That's not just me plugging stuff, I honestly do think so. So you should go for that. It gives you access to tons of material. Bishop a6 I can take, I guess, right? Very worried about blundering pieces, but I don't see how. Now, yeah, this is just nightmare King's Indian for black. He had to give, or he gave up his light square bishop, which you always need for the later attacks. The d6 pawn has fallen, so this is a passed pawn, and this position is, yeah, as I said, pretty much worst case scenario. Good book, by the way, The Worst Case Scenario. I've studied it. Covers like 100 situations. How to survive if you're fighting a bear or a shark. Many other important topics. Habit Noir, thinking about how to stick around. And yeah, my honest opinion is when it comes to Sicilians, the Najdorf and also the Taimanov I think are perfectly fine. The Dragon I can't fully get to work. I liked it, it's a nice opening, and many greats have of course played it, but I can't fully get it done. G5 is... Habit Noir is trying to get the kingside attack rolling, but first of all, without what's called light square bishops, it's very hard to create inroads here. And as I mentioned, I've made quite a bit of progress on the queenside already. So things don't look good for Habit Noir and his dark tendencies. He's hanging around though. Queen b6 would have been maybe the most prudent, just going for the endgame, but there's no real need. 2 pawns and the better position, so I'm in decent shape here. Not physically or awakely, but pawn countly. I'll try not to blunder. Not sure I'll manage. More opening questions. Stay tuned for the next opening clinic. And yeah, I've kind of said it before. Like, there is no real recipes. Go with what you're comfortable with. I normally recommend main lines. That's a matter of taste. I became an e4, e5 guy. I think I wasted way too much time playing e4, g6 and all kinds of nonsense when I was like 14, 15, 16. But if the e4, e5 or the Najdorf or the Taimanov or whatever, there's more openings. Even the French or Caro-Kann are playable. But to my mind, the kings of openings are e4, e5 and the Najdorf. So I choose one of those because they're sort of timeless. But which one is better, you have to figure out for yourself, like what's more to your liking, where you like the positions you're getting better. All that stuff. Je ne sais pas. Mr. Breaker 90. Yeah, let's do a little e4, e5. Can lead to slightly duller positions. But this night I've been doing alright with b5, bishop c5 thingies. So I'll stick to them. a4 here, interesting. b4 comes into consideration. Rook b8 is a move. Bishop g4 is also a move. Can't decide. I'll go with this one for variety's sake. It's my least favorite though of the normal options, because I don't like parting with this bishop. Sometimes you have to, well, not in this particular position, but in these lines. After an early h3. Here, this looks like a good version though, because it's a little knight fork. Sorry, Breaker 90. Gotta keep that queen. Who we got? Let's see if Ike auch is still alive. Well, I'm sure he's still alive if he's still awake. Would be surprised if he was. If he really is from Germany, it's 5 in the morning. Get some sleep, Ike auch. No sleep till Slav. You know what? Let's give the exchange Slav another shot. e6, very solid, but a little passive. You block your own bishop, and white is a bit better. But the good thing about e6 is you can play it without having to know really all that much because it's kind of easy to get the pieces developed the way Ike auch is doing. h3 just to avoid any knight h5 unpleasantness. And a bit unclear what to do next. Knight e5 normally actually makes black's task a bit easier because he can put the bishop on c6. So I will refrain from that for a while. Maybe expand a bit on the queen side first. Knight b4 is a bit of an empty shot. I'm going to chase him away with a3, which is useful in the grand scheme of things anyway. Can I go knight a4? Sometimes that blunders a pawn if the knight takes d4, but I guess not here. We'll see. Knight a5 is a decent reaction. Gotta give him that. Not sure if I want to go knight c5 or take on c8. Go here. But I'm no longer able to calculate any variations as I've shown plenty. Therefore, I'm not sure about anything I'm doing at this stage. Didn't want to give him that rook. Bishop c4, very sophisticated. Looks a little artificial though. I'll go here, I guess. Bishop c5 looks forced, then d c5, knight c6. I thought I can grab a pawn, which I always greatly enjoy doing. Here or here. Both look decent. I'll go here. That gives me more pawns. That's a sneaky little double attack. Very unpleasant to meet. And therefore Ike auch resigns. Kudos to him for staying awake forever. He's really from Germany. That is amazing. I appreciate the support. And I also appreciate that I can go to get some sleep soon. Because I'm starting to feel it. Now I've been feeling it for hours. I've been whining for hours. I should not pretend. But now all of a sudden I grew tired. Let's check the list. We got always looking for new arrivals. That's what I do. Can't see any new arrivals. Looks like no new premium members. Go premium, guys, and I'll play you. It looks like I've played everybody who challenged, or Banterthon has. I'm not sure if it was me. And I always give priority to guys I have not played before yet. But for now, I'll try to crush Carlitos Colombia. Nah, I don't want to play close Sicilian with white. That's a sad opening, and I don't like it much. Nothing wrong with it, but yeah, not my cup of tea. Ike just woke up and came back to his challenge. What time do you wake up? 5:20? That's early. Looks like Carlito's not around. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Abort. What about good old Eddie Newgate? Eduardo, are you here? probably bad time. Pretty much everywhere in the world now, even in Mexico. Looks like Edward Newgate is asleep as well. Sorry, Edward. Must be some part of the world where people are awake. Ah, here we got a new guy from Canada. Blame Canada. You in trouble. Are you though? He goes d4. I will bring the knight out. You're not gonna see me play f5 yet. What to do? Good old e6. Good old Nimzo. I haven't played much castles here. I normally play d5. Here d5 is also the trendy move, but I'll play b6, the old line, which is also quite playable. Bishop g5 is the main move, knight f3 also very possible. This is another line from my childhood. Bishop to a6 looks a little funny, but it does have certain points after d6, knight bd7, c5 later. Not sure how great an idea it is, but as I said, it's not totally pointless. You in trouble, coming up with some sophisticated maneuvers here. Knight e2, knight c3 does look like a very good maneuver. I'm wondering, I believe I might have had this position like 100 years ago against my friend Grandmaster Suat Atalik. Not bishop d3, but queen a4, and I played knight b8, which was a novelty back then. I was proud of. I'm not sure, I haven't studied developments there, but what I do know is that if you get this pawn, things are looking pretty good. Queen c7 feels a little strange. Maybe my hand wanted to go queen c8. Maybe I should have trusted my hand. But of course, I'm in great shape here too. Still, something fell off about it. Don't know what. He can actually take, if he so chooses, rook c2, knight e7. Probably after knight d5, it's best to just go queen takes d5. So pre-move that, just for shock value. See, a tremendous shock value. Yeah, this is a nice position. Pawn up. Control of the c-file. Weak d-pawn. What else do you want from life? Out of life, I guess is better English. You in trouble, you in trouble. I'll just refuse to take his queen ever. Yeah, my pieces are controlling the board. Time to take something. This guy. Instead of taking your queen, I'll give you my queen. Okay, now I gotta take it. You're leaving me without a choice. Thanks for the game. You in trouble. Let's play against Testify. Testify. Not sure how it's supposed to be pronounced. Another good old Quincy 2 Nimzo. He's all booked up. E3 is a sideline. It's not particularly challenging, to be totally honest with you, but it's very, very safe for white, and I still feel like you have chances for a small edge in these lines. So I gave it in my repertoire series instead of knight f3, queen f5, when I think black is doing fine as well. Knight c6 is possible. Not sure I gave that one, which probably indicates it's not the main line. Not sure why. Looks perfectly decent. I'll take here. Normal line is cd. Bishop d4, knight c6, bishop c3. But there, queen to c5 is actually a move, so things might almost be a transposition. Oh, and I mixed up the move order. Damn me. Oh, that was ridiculous. Oh boy. I have to start with bishop d3, of course. Now I have to agree to too many simplifications, and this endgame is kind of equal. That's annoying. That's the kind of things I get upset about, not like big tactics, but these small boring things you shouldn't do. Not sure if castles or king e2 is better, but I don't have much either way, unfortunately. Yeah. Moved too quickly there. a3 or b3, not sure. So I'm gonna have to grind out this very equal endgame. It's not hopeless. I do have the c file, but it's clearly not much going on. Here's something. Is Pepper already showing up? Nah, he's not gonna show up. Half an hour early at 5:30. He's probably still asleep. We'll find out. Yeah, just rook fd8 and then f6. Looks fairly solid. Testify. After blitzing the first 17 moves, now he's taking a bit of a timeout here. Goes f6 immediately, which also looks fine. I thought I'd jump around a bit. Jump around. Still not much happening, but he has to be a little careful. Which he is. Maybe I should have taken that bishop. Yeah, now it's just nothing again. Messed that up. Keep messing this game up. How many more times can I mess it up? Many more times. Also, my English grammar is not in the best shape it's ever been in. Can't be very hard to win this position. Even bishop b5, let's say. It's just dead equal. Rook d5 is also nothing wrong with that one. Yeah, I got nada. Have to be a little careful not to end up worse, actually. But I won't be. I'll just make random moves. Let's get this pawn off the second rank before it becomes too big a liability. Good move again. Don't you hate it when they make good moves? Seriously, have to start thinking about equalizing here. Which is not my favorite train of thought. But achieved anything in this game, really. Gotta be very careful about potential bishop f1s. Some of the lines, so yeah, things haven't gone well. Just b6, yeah. I'll keep gambling. This is sort of playing for a loss now. Rook a2, and I'm probably worse. Takes, of course, is fairly equal. Now rook a2 or rook d3. d3, does a4 make any sense? Probably not really. I'll go for this anyway. No, no draw. Of course the position is a draw, but I feel like there might still be a little potential sometimes on these. Even though it's 4 against 4, it's 4 against 3 on the king side. And sometimes if your opponent is too worried about giving this pawn up, you can ask some questions. But of course, it's all a little far-fetched, and the position should be a draw, no question about it. Can I make progress somehow? I guess there's just not much to do. I'll try though. It's just nothing. All right, he deserves it. Good game by Tiestify. Yeah, blundered early on, or blundered is strong, but made a very dumb mistake with, where was it? Knight f3. That was a very bad move here. Bishop d3, because after knight f3, knight d5, he manages to get this bishop instantly, and it's really just equal. That was uncalled for, but he played well throughout. And yeah, in the end, he also defended the rook ending well, so it felt a bit pointless to try to flag there. Looks like we got 2-3 more games and we made it through the night. Whoa, 2-5-57. Those are the mean people who wait till I'm really messed up and then come out to challenge. Who's that dude? Showers. Let's see what he does. Now then, Nimzo, let's make this a Queen C2 themed tournament. This stuff, it's a legal line. I never thought it was that great, but you can do all kinds of things, of course. Can't remember what my repertoire is in any of these things, unfortunately. Which is a bit sad. I'm sure I've looked at this line countless times. I can't remember, so I better just make moves. I honestly don't know what it was. Is this normal? Looks very close to equal. tiny, tiny edge because of the two bishops, but nothing to write home about. Yeah, not playing the most exciting chess these last hours, days, ever. Who am I kidding? Nah, yeah, the position is very close to equal. C6, small surprise. Nothing wrong with it either, no. I will go bishop g4, and yeah, he does. Can't part ways with my beloved two bishops, so f3 it is. I guess he's gonna go to h5 and then to g6. But once the bishop hits g6, then e4 might be possible, trying to shut him out over there. At least I hope so. I'd probably go c5 here with black. Let's see if he does. Because if I manage to get on c5, his pieces will have very little airspace. He goes knight h5, going for kingside initiative. That's also fair. It's probably actually more on the spirit of the position, to be honest with you. Still, I have my bishops. It's not all bad. Yes, f5 is gonna come, but it's risky positionally. And it's risky tactically for me, because I feel capable of blundering many pieces here at any time. I can't calculate anymore. I'm very uneasy with this queen having access to this square. Maybe it's just a perpetual, right? Oh, it is just sort of a half perpetual. Queen e3, king h1, knight g3. Doesn't want that. And yeah, was no reason to go for it, but it was certainly an option. Go g3 just to... I was gonna say to stop any knight h3 check tricks, but I'm not sure that should be priority number one. I'm so paranoid about blundering here. Not paranoid. Honestly worried. He's not going to take, so it's a pointless pre-move. That doesn't hurt either, just f6. I threw this in because I want to control the d4 square, because I figure after g3 he wants to go knight e6, then jump here. But it's still a pretty reasonable position for black. I don't think I have anything. And I still have these issues with the e3 square, which I better cover before it's too late. Yeah, that's fair. Don't know what to do. Rook d6, I guess he can take and play b6. Not sure if that's a strength or not, but I'll do it. Let's find out what happens. Also time to speed up just a bit, not really desperation mode 250, but time is running out. Could take on a7. Do I want to? Nah. Grab a bit more space, ask his queen where it wants to go, what its future plans are. I think I'm in decent shape here. This pawn, yeah, could still be a bit of a weakness, but it could also be a strength. The queen is a little out of play, and my bishops have scope to do things. So it feels like a pretty unpleasant position for showers. Let's ask this queen some questions. Does he want to go g5? I guess he wants to go g5. Okay, if he wants to, let him. Go away. Drama. I calculated this line, believe it or not. That'd be a very risky pre-move. And Showers resigns. Yeah, I thought this f4 was good. I'm not sure if it works, but it felt like it works. And yeah, I'm happy with this game. How many more? Probably like 2 more. Now the newcomer, newbie, Lord Dolores. What's up, Lord Dolores? You a Nimzo-Indian player too? Can't play Nimzo-Indian all day. I'll play knight f3 this time around. Hello, sir. And now we go c5. So, this stuff for a change again. But no, I'm so tired of all these knight c3, cd4 positions. I'll happily engage in Banco festivities. Just for a change of pace. This is the trendy way to treat the Banco castles, e4, queen a5, with weird things. It's his favorite line from Cuenca. He's apparently booked up, so I better get him out of book by doing random things. I don't have a clue. Looks like g3 didn't exactly get him out of book. At least he shared that he's prepared to the bone. I'm not. I'm just making moves. As mentioned, I normally don't engage much in Banco discussions because I prefer playing without d5 and these English structures, but I'm getting sick of it, so I thought it was time to do something else. Here, yeah, it's one of those where white is a pawn up. Objectively, I have a feeling white has to be better, but it's easier to play with black. That's why I dislike Bancos, especially in Blitz games. Because with black, yeah, you just put your pieces on random squares and you hope for good things to happen. No disrespect, man. Queen a3 is actually a good move that shows some understanding. But yeah, my general point is that it's easier to play these positions with black. That's why I try to avoid them with white normally. Having said all that, still gotta make moves. Don't know what. Really ain't that easy. Nah, let's play h3. See if he really wants to go c4, which I think is risky because it allows knight d4, knight c6. Might work tactically, but it might not. It looks like black made most useful moves by now, so it's a good time to make a half-waiting move, which also stops knight g4. And ask him, what do you want to do next, Collega? He goes knight b6, that's sort of making me go e4, I guess. And knight ft7, yeah, playing very sensible moves, Mr. Lord Dolores. And at the risk of repeating myself countless times, that's what I dislike about the Banco. So many easy moves, which is sort of the great equalizer. Much harder to pose problems. Saying tricks. I don't see any tricks. Maybe there were tricks. Who knows? I have to take this dude. Yeah, I don't like these positions. They're tough to play. I'd like to make one active move in this game. Not sure, it's probably a bad move, but at least it's half active. Just checking his intentions. No, guy's playing well. Now I'm repeating myself, but he is. Need to find a way to keep the game going. But yeah, this so far is a model game for how to play the Benko with black and how not to play with white. Because now c4 is posing problems. Yeah, I'm getting crushed here. Sad. Okay. Can I stick around? I might already be lost. Maybe I'm not lost yet, but I certainly got outplayed. So, more power to Lord Dolores. Oh yeah, looks like he's playing perfectly actually. Probably should have taken the move repetition. Queen c5, and yeah, my problems keep mounting. Knight c5 might give me a little more life, even though I'm still unhappy. I'm very happy to bail out, even if it costs me a bit of material. Now, Queen a6 here, this is not a lot of fun. Good poster child for the Benko gambit this game. Yeah, of course I have zero advantage. I'm desperately looking for a way to complicate this, but I might just not manage to. No draw. Never draw. But yeah, I really got nothing. I should probably take the draw. Can't even think of a plan. Plan in the making. It's not a very spectacular plan. But might as well try something. Probably my winning attempts will end in self-mate. Would be well deserved if that happens. Still, this guy's too strong. How can he be so strong? Nothing to do, yeah? And yeah, he's earned that draw. I was never ever better. Good game, Lord Dolores. Too good. Too strong. Nothing to do. That's a pity. Did I bungle my hard-earned 2800 in the last minutes? So sad. I'm playing well, but then, yeah, things went downhill. Even though, yeah, that game, no, was just a good Benko performance where I didn't want to play the critical line because I thought that's all he knows, but proved me wrong. I'll play one last game against Logical Nonsense and then I'll go have a look around for Mr. Pepe Cuenca. Let's play the good old Rosalimo, which I believe is gonna be in Mr. Van Kampen's new repertoire series. Fortunately, I'm not very booked up here, but I got my usual approach of trying to, you know, occupy the center. I believe this is the trendy line, b5, c4, and things get all weird. b5, c4, g5, for example, has been a big topic of discussion. e5 is perfectly legit as well. Now the position becomes more typical Ruy Lopez-y, where I go c3, bishop c2, d4, and see what happens. The typical Spanish knight maneuver to g3. All standard stuff. Rook e8. Never sure about the timing of these d5s, but here I guess it's kind of okay. Yeah, it's typical Spanish torture position where it's not so clear how white should make progress, but you have a little more space. And it's not so easy for black to orchestrate counterplay, even though Logical Nonsense is playing well. 1499 is playing... I don't know, I'm reaching this stage where I'm paranoid that everybody's playing perfectly, but he's not playing like a 1499 for sure. Maybe he's a strong player who only lost one game to Banterthon beforehand. That could explain it, because this guy is playing very good moves. We'll find out. Another sensible move. I don't really know what I'm doing, I'll just randomly maneuver around. That's how I do's it. Yeah, h5 is very logical. Now that I kind of stopped myself from going knight back to f3. But since h5 has been played, things change a bit. These squares become a little weakened, so it might make sense to bring the knight back to f3. And as I said, I don't really have a clue. I just want to go to bed. Where's Pepe? Mr. Cuenca. Shift my focus to the queen side for a moment. Can we do something here? Let's try to open the queen side. Or is that a bad idea? I don't know. Might not have been a great idea, but you know, gotta make moves and all that. Once again, my knights are not exactly where I would like them to be. Closing the position wasn't part of the plan. But it's a typical boring Spanish maneuvering game where I'm repeating myself. Just moving back and forth. Go F5, come on, do it. Yeah, I should probably have waited for... Feels like we've made 8,000 moves here. We probably haven't. I'm probably gonna blunder my queen in the process of trying to make something happen. Yeah, that wasn't really a threat. I was bluffing. My queen is locked out. Okay, now at least it has some airspace again. And there's actually some targets, so I can pretend that all my expert maneuvering is paying off, which is of course total nonsense. Yeah, literally nothing happened in this game. 1,000 moves of maneuvering, which I did a little quicker than logical nonsense. Who seems to be a very good player. Now my position is good, but yeah. Spanish moving around stuff. Looks like Peppa's not here yet. I'll play one more game and hope he shows up to take over. He's had to navigate ridiculous hours as well. Poor Mr. Pepe. I'm sure he's gonna be with us soon. I hear something. Alright, that's my last game. Of the day to hand over. What's going on in the chat? There's still trash talking between, I don't know who it is, Breaker and Alberto. Come on guys, get a room. We're getting bored. B-Rot. This is another strong player who's only lost to Banterthon. I don't know. Oh, he plays the very soft. Very soft opening, the very soft. I can hear Mr. Cuenca to the rescue. Yeah, these 8-hour sessions have their ups and downs. No, I don't think I missed mate in one. I think this h7 square was covered, sir, but thanks for asking. I'm missing all kinds of things, but probably not mates in one. And Dr. Cuenca, Doctor to be, is entering the building.
What's up?
I don't know. I thought I had a good night, but I've made some draws like the last couple games, and I blew the rating. Now I made some draws, some sad draws.
Yeah, still 2690.
7-7, but yeah.
Yeah, 7. Have a big responsibility now.
Nah, who cares? But I blundered all my pieces the first night. Tonight I didn't blunder that much, but people have been playing well, you know. People are good at chess. They keep improving, all of them.
Of course.
Chess is a very tough game. What are you up to? You got some sleep?
Yeah, I tried, yeah. I slept at 1 or something. So
yeah.
4 hours.
Hard to fully adjust. Like I'm trying to have these weird naps at 6 p.m., but it doesn't really work.
So you're playing again tonight?
Yeah. One more night, I guess.
One more night, yeah. Niklas is joining at 11, yeah?
Yeah, I forgot what time we penciled him in. 11, yeah?
11, yeah. So I'll be here for 5 hours.
It's nothing. A little 5-hour shift. Walk in the park.
Yeah.
Can I grab that pawn? So tempted to always grab pawns. I just can't help myself. Like, even if my queen is gone, I would still take it. Just because it's a free pawn.
Queen?
No. It actually works because c2 is hanging and all that. But even if I was to lose a queen, like I've taken so many pawns tonight. Somehow I haven't played one nice game. Every game, when I win, I just take 2-3 pawns and then I somehow win. Like, I haven't done any combination. It's very sad. And no, we're not living together. We're both in the Chess24 office where Pepe just arrived and where I spent the night playing you guys. But I will go, probably not to the corner, but actually home after this game and get a bit of sleep.
Not to the gym?
I'm planning to go to the gym. I haven't been for 2 days. Maybe after napping, but
Yeah.
wouldn't bet
Little
on it.
nap, yeah. Little nap of 6
Little
hours.
6-hour nap is required. B-Rod's finally attacking my queen. But it did some damage over there.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't want to take this horsey. Oh, no, I blundered it. Yeah, finally. I know.
No, the
I
bishop
got
is
that
there,
square
yeah.
covered. But it's just luck. It's really just luck. Look, he blundered it. So much talk about blundering queens
Wow.
that B-Rod thought he should join the party. Oh, boy. Very up and down here. And rent prices are way up in Hamburg. Expensive place to
Yeah.
live.
Tell me about it.
I know all about it. And B-Rod resigns. That's it for me tonight, girls. Girls, probably there's 0 girls watching. Boys and girls, thank you so much for staying with me. Sorry for all the nonsense here. Really not making sense anymore. Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca will crush you and entertain you the next 5 hours. He's actually a little more energetic than me. So have fun. Thanks for watching. We are going on a very short break. I think we haven't set up Pepe's show yet. So we're going to do that. And it's going to appear out of nowhere in a couple minutes. Stay tuned. See you then. Good night if any of you are also going to bed. Cheers.